Oh shoot, I forgot to ask Mariah.
And accessible for all of our community. We provide captioning, audio description, and new this year, we've added a Spanish option for our Spanish-speaking community. If you have questions at any time or just need some tech help, check out the help booth. Be sure to click around our virtual platform to visit our breakout rooms where you can network with other No Barriers community members, submit your pledge, find cool videos, visit sponsor booths, and so much more. Speaking of those booths, our fantastic sponsors and partner organizations have been working hard to bring you fun and helpful resources and information. So be sure to check those booths out and thank them for their part in supporting this amazing event. Booths will be open and accessible throughout the entire event. While you're in that booth area, I encourage you to check out the Wells Fargo booth, where you can sign up for their virtual career fair taking place on Monday from 9 to 12 a.m. Mountain Time. If you are unemployed, underemployed, or having trouble finding employment due to a disability or barrier, or even just looking to launch a new career, be sure to check it out. Another really cool feature is the chat box. You can also use the chat box to ask questions, talk to other community members, answer polls, and more. Stay tuned because we're going to be asking you to share a few things in that chat box in just a bit. We also want you to be social. Be sure to tag us on Facebook and Instagram at No Barriers USA and post using the hashtag #NoBarriersSummit. We want to see everything you're doing today and share your triumphs with our community. One more note before we get going. If you miss anything today or want to rewatch any portion of today's program, no problem. Just sign up for our No Barriers membership community to get access to all the recordings, activities, courses, videos, and so much more. You can check it out on our website. It's just $9.99 a month or $99 for the year, or you can upgrade your membership right now by clicking your name. All right, now here's where we do a really deep dive into the No Barriers Life Principle. It's where we ask you to start thinking about your pledge in more detail.
If you haven't made a pledge yet, no worries. If you don't even know what a pledge is, I'm going to tell you. Pledges are a huge part of our No Barriers tradition. A pledge is your commitment to your continued Welcome, everyone, to the virtual portion of the No Barriers Summit presented by Wells Fargo. If you're joining us after watching the live event from Keystone, Colorado, I want to say hi and welcome back. And if you're just now tuning in, I want to introduce myself. My name's David Sherna. I'm the executive director and co-founder of No Barriers, and I'm going to be your MC for the virtual part of the summit. I couldn't be more excited to guide you through everything else we still have in store for you today. It's going to be an extraordinary day where we teach you the proven principles that will help you unleash your fullest potential. Principles that have helped tens of thousands of people over the past 20 years, from veterans to caregivers, students to teachers, business leaders to parents. The same principles that are featured in our best-selling book, What's Within You, Your Roadmap to Living Life with No Barriers. Now, if you're just joining us or you need a quick refresh on our platform, I want to remind you that we work very hard to be inclusive and accessible for all of our community. We provide captioning, audio description, and new this year, we've added a Spanish option for our Spanish-speaking community. If you have questions at any time or just need some tech help, check out the help booth. Be sure to click around our virtual platform to visit our breakout rooms where you can network with other No Barriers community members, submit your pledge, find cool videos, visit sponsor booths, and so much more. Speaking of those booths, our fantastic sponsors and partner organizations have been working hard to bring you fun and helpful resources and information. So be sure to check those booths out and thank them for their part in supporting this amazing event. Booths will be open and accessible throughout the entire event. While you're in that booth area, I encourage you to check out the Wells Fargo booth, where you can sign up for their virtual career fair taking place on Monday from 9 to 12 a.m. Mountain Time. If you are unemployed, underemployed, or having trouble finding employment due to a disability or barrier, or even just looking to launch a new career, be sure to check it out. Another really cool feature is the chat box. You can also use the chat box to ask questions, talk to other community members, answer polls, and more. Stay tuned because we're going to be asking you to share a few things in that chat box in just a bit. We also want you to be social. Be sure to tag us on Facebook and Instagram at No Barriers USA and post using the hashtag #NoBarriersSummit. We want to see everything you're doing today and share your triumphs with our community. One more note before we get going. If you miss anything today or want to rewatch any portion of today's program, no problem. Just sign up for our No Barriers membership community to get access to all the recordings, activities, courses, videos, and so much more. You can check it out on our website. It's just $9.99 a month or $99 for the year, or you can upgrade your membership right now by clicking your name. All right, now here's where we do a really deep dive into the No Barriers Life Principle. It's where we ask you to start thinking about your pledge in more detail. If you haven't made a pledge yet, no worries. If you don't even know what a pledge is, I'm going to tell you. Pledges are a huge part of our No Barriers tradition. A pledge is your commitment to your continued progress towards your vision. Pledges are really powerful things. They're statements to yourself and to others in your community of your intention, and they can lead to a massive chain of events that can quite literally change your life. Nowhere is the power of our pledge more important than in the veterans program. I remember one vet from years ago named Carrie Ann who was struggling with many things when she joined our program. But over the course of her work with us and her expedition with us, she eventually made this powerful pledge to, and I say, quote, live a life of peace and strength in the mountains. That commitment, shared in front of her fellow veterans, led to her moving out of a very difficult situation and moving to a completely new state, Colorado, getting a cabin in the mountains and starting to find herself and peace again. Veterans like Carrie Ann are only able to participate in our program thanks to the generous support of sponsors like Prudential, CoBank, and Wells Fargo. Those sponsors genuinely care about our veterans and the transitions that they're making out of the military. So this next session is where it starts to feel real, where you make progress towards some goal you've aspired to. It starts to take shape. And we do that through what we call reach. We're going to take a deep dive into this No Barriers Life Element reach. You're going to learn from my colleague, Mariah Nelson, as well as our awesome ambassador and board member, Mandy Harvey. If you haven't heard of Mandy, I strongly suggest you check her out. She's a jazz and pop singer and songwriter. She was a finalist on America's Got Talent. She also happens to be deaf. She'll be sharing a bit more about what reach means to her. You're also going to hear from Christine Ha. She's an American chef, writer, TV host, winner of the 3rd season of Master Chef with Gordon Ramsay, and she happens to be blind. She has used Reach in her life to accomplish her goals, and I can't wait for you to hear her incredible story. So, with that, let's get started. Enjoy the session.
Welcome to Reaching Beyond Your Comfort Zone, No Barriers Life session here at the No Barriers Summit. We're all so excited to have you be a part of this session today. I'm Mariah Nelson, the Education Programs Manager at No Barriers, and I will be your facilitator for the next hour or so. Throughout this session, you'll get to hear stories that show you what it looks like to reach. You'll meet singer-songwriter Mandy Harvey, who's an accomplished jazz musician and was a finalist on America's Got Talent. You'll also hear from Christine Ha, a blind chef who took the MasterChef world by storm. Through their stories of reach, you'll be encouraged to reach beyond your own comfort zone, and will get the opportunity to do that through a guided activity. We'll also take some time to think about your No Barriers pledge and how these skills can support you to fulfill that pledge. If you haven't created a pledge yet, don't worry, you'll get all the information you need to develop one. And in this session, you'll also have some opportunities to share your thoughts and connect with other participants in the No Barriers community as we utilize the Q&A function for some authentic conversation. So get ready to be inspired, connect with others, and take action as you challenge what you thought possible during our Reach Turning Together. What is Reach? To get started, I want to give you some context about the No Barriers Life. In case you're not familiar with what this is, the No Barriers Life is a framework made up of 7 elements for breaking through barriers and living a purpose-driven life. This framework comes from decades of No Barriers running programs that push people to explore their own sense of purpose and help them to harness adversity in their own lives and the world into a positive force. Each of the 7 elements focuses on specific strategies and tools that help people to live a No Barriers life. If you want to learn more about the full framework, check out our book called What's Within You, along with the many resources and programs highlighted on our website, nobarriersusa.org. In this session, we are diving into the element called Reach, which is grounded in moving beyond your comfort zone to learn and to grow. Reaching beyond your comfort levels can be scary and can push us in ways that we never thought possible, but it's in these moments where we truly learn just how much we're capable of. Reach can teach us our boundaries, our thrills, and build confidence in our abilities as individuals and as teams. And often when we venture into these points in our journey, we experience a lot of fear and anxiety based on our discomfort in these moments. So, for example, the more uncomfortable you are, the further outside your comfort zone that particular activity is. Your comfort zone is defined as this place or situation where one feels safe or at ease and without stress. And the idea of comfort zones actually goes back to a psychological experiment in the early 1900s. Psychologists explained that a state of relative anxiety, a space where our stress levels are slightly higher than normal, this space is called optimal anxiety. And this is just outside of our comfort zone. And this is where we have the highest potential for growth and succeeding in what we're seeking to do. So as we move through the rest of our session, think of Reach as the process of challenging what you thought possible and what you're capable of doing. But before we meet our first speaker, let's pause to reflect on this idea of reach and to connect with others who are part of this session. Let's take a moment to explore the moments where you have already reached. I'm going to present you with a prompt, and then we are going to utilize the Q&A function of our platform for you to share your answers to this prompt. So to use the Q&A function, type in the box on the side of your screen. Your question to the answer in the Q&A is this: when was the last time you did something that truly pushed you outside your comfort zone? How did you feel after that? Take about 1 minute to type your answer in the Q&A and read what others share as well. Thanks so much for sharing. Now let's keep building on those strategies by hearing from our first speaker. I am honored to introduce No Barriers ambassador and friend, Mandy Harvey, who is an award-winning singer, songwriter, and inspirational speaker who lost her residual hearing at the age of 19. Mandy tours the world performing her original music and presenting her inspirational story of never giving up and continuing to try. She calls these messages wisdom for life. Take it away, Mandy.
Hello, everyone at the No Barriers Summit. My name is Mandy Harvey, and I am honored not just to be an ambassador for this amazing organization, but as a friend to be able to talk to you a little bit about the life element, reach, and why it is so important to me and how I go about chasing my own dreams. For those of you who are unfamiliar with who I am a singer, songwriter, speaker, author, barrier breaker, and I happen to be profoundly deaf. I started my journey with music when I was a very young child. I remember the first time that I was in choir. I was 4 years old, and I was just supposed to hold on to the sheet music and not say anything and be quiet. All these adults did their business. And I remember sitting down on the floor and looking at the sheet music and seeing the words right there in black and white. And for the first time, feeling like I was a part of the conversation and not seeing it from the distance, guessing what might be being said. I got to actually know what was being said and be a part of it. And it changed so many things for me in that moment. It's amazing how community and how having a rope team really changes everything. In that moment, I wasn't just that awkward kid who was isolated. I was a member of a team, and we were creating something beautiful, not just for ourselves, but for an entire audience. We were going to be connecting, speaking about our joys and failures and emotions through music. It was amazing. And this was the spark of my dream, which was to become a vocal music education major. I wanted to be a teacher, to be able to give the tools to another awkward, shy kid to be able to express themselves, to be able to be a part of a community, to be able to know that they were a part of the conversation, and to have that become maybe the spark that they needed to see value in themselves. When I got to school for vocal music education, when I finally got to college after working my butt off, everything was perfect for about a month. After a month, I started noticing that I had difficulty understanding my teachers even more so than I ever had before. And over the course of 9 months, I went from being slightly hard of hearing to profoundly deaf. And my world flipped upside down. And I had to essentially relearn how to navigate the world that I was in, almost as if it was brand new. Learning sign language, being a part of a new community, and figuring out how to breathe again, with feeling like all of my dreams that I had been working hard for since I was 4 disappeared. Now, how does this connect with the life element reach? Glad you asked. I wanted to ask you a question. I have 2 important questions that were asked to me, and they are in connection with how I really started to digest this idea of reach. The first question was, what do you want to do with your life? Big question, not gonna lie. I struggle with figuring out basic things. What am I going to have for lunch? You know, these are hard questions to decide on. What do I want to do with my life? Is a big question, and I don't always know what the answer is. But in my core, when I was asked this question, I knew from my heart the essentials of what I wanted to do. I want to be an encouragement. I want to be an obvious display of someone who has failed hard, failed publicly in front of everyone, completely shambles, and to be able to get back up off the floor again and move forward, to prove that it can be done. I wanted to be a different perspective and bring a different perspective of what a disability looks like. To say that the box of limitations that the world is trying to force me in cannot contain me because I'm the only one who knows what I am capable of. I want to make people smile. And so, having that be my answer, I was challenged by the people who were nearest and dearest to me about different ways that I could pursue that. And a lot of those answers ended up being by doing a lot of things that I was not ready or uncomfortable to do. One of which was performing on the stage of America's Got Talent, where I was presented with an opportunity to share that message, to be that person that I wanted to be, but on a larger scale, which leads me to the second question. The second question I was asked was, what's the worst that can happen? Now, as a pessimistic person that I am, I live in this question. What's the worst that can happen? I think about that every time I'm in any kind of situation. If I'm standing on a tall building, what's the worst that can happen? Death. If I'm swimming in the ocean, what's the worst that can happen? Sharks, then death. If I'm standing on a stage and people are staring at me, what's the worst that can happen? Heart attack, then death. I always go down the worst possible scenarios and find myself really scaring myself. And then I started to really change my mind about what that question should have been. Instead of constantly pushing the narrative of what's the worst that can happen, I asked myself a question I had never asked myself before. What's the best that can happen? What's the best that can happen by putting myself in an uncomfortable situation in the efforts to pursue a dream of encouraging and lifting other people up? What's the best that can happen by putting myself out there, even if that means judgment and people laughing at me and failure? What's the best that can happen by going for it? The answer was obvious to me. The best that could have happened in that moment was that I could have reached one person. If I could have reached one 4-year-old Mandy to remind them that they were a part of a bigger team, that their voice was valid, that the failures that they were facing and navigating through were ones that they were going to be able to survive, get back up off the floor, and try again, doesn't it mean that it's all worth it? At the core, reach, the life element of reach, is simply focusing on moving beyond your comfort zone, challenging yourself, pushing yourself to grow, not just as a person, but to potentially grow your dream into being bigger than you thought it was possible initially. When I wanted to sing again, be a part of music again, there was an element of it that was just relief of being able to do music at all. I would have been satisfied with playing a tambourine, but I was pushed by my rope team to figure out a new way to pioneer a new path to be able to sing again without being able to hear myself. Then I was pushed again, another level outside of my comfort zone, to perform in front of a couple of people. Then that turned into performing weekly. Then that turned into me making albums for the people who I loved the most. And in turn, started traveling around the country. And it led me to doing crazy things like America's Got Talent, speaking at schools around the world, going to Nepal with a group of differently abled students to climb mountains and to show people in a different country what we were capable of, but also prove to ourselves that we were far more capable than the barriers that we were facing. What's the best that could happen if you try? An awful lot. At the closing of this summit, I am going to be a part of the ceremony and I get to perform for you all. And there's a song that I wrote called Lucky, which I am going to be singing for you at the closing ceremony. And it is entirely about my love and fear of the element of reach. When you go for it, when you really go for it, you're opening the door, yes, sometimes for it not to work out the way that you think it's going to the first time around. However, you're also opening the door to challenging yourself to grow in ways that you will never understand. And in turn, inspire all of the people around you to actively pursue their own dreams as well. I hope that that gives you something to think about, and I do hope that you find yourself asking the question instead of, how am I going to fail? How is this going to break? How am I going to deal with this? Instead of focusing on that narrative, to possibly also slide in there, how am I going to grow from this? How many people are going to be touched by this, by watching me go through this? What's the best that can happen?
Thanks so much, Mandy. As Mandy shared, Reach is all about marinating in discomfort and feeling what our limits are, because we often don't know what those are until we push them. And in order to practice Reach and accomplish a goal, we're going to work through some steps today in order to map out the steps you'll take in order to do so. We'll start off with a quote from our co-founder, Eric Weinmayer. Everyone is reaching for something, and the process of reaching is about getting comfortable in an environment that in its very nature is uncomfortable. And so with those sentiments in mind, we're going to make our Reach plan. So start, number one, with your Reach goal. So this can be the vision that we discussed in the last session, or if you weren't here for that session, this can be something that you want to accomplish that is aligned with your purpose. Take a few moments to think about what you'd like to focus on today. All right, the next step is going to be to draw and discuss your roadmap. So on a blank sheet of paper, write and circle the words, "You are here" at the top of the page, and write your Reach goal you identified at the bottom. And now you're going to draw a road from the top of the page all the way down to your goal. And along this road, you're going to draw several boxes, and within each one, write out a smaller goal that will help you accomplish your larger Reach goal. So the number of boxes and goals will be different for each of us. So there's no minimum number or limit on how many you can include. These should be activities or accomplishments that build upon each other that ultimately result in you climbing that mountain, running that division, repairing that important relationship, or whatever it is you set out to do. And then from there, your next step is to actually identify your first step. So this is critical when trying to accomplish something. When you look at the goals on your roadmap, you'll need to break them all down into the tiniest, most achievable steps. Remember that the first steps are not only intended to help you move closer to your goal, but to help you get in the practice of trying something new and being comfortable with that discomfort. And so, one example of a first step that someone could take is reviewing a daily schedule and intentionally building in opportunities for wellness and movement. So, this person's reach goal is to build a daily routine that prioritizes healthy living. So, that's just one example for you. And then once we have that first step, you're going to set a date. So for the first step, it's pertinent to start with some accountability. Set a date. Pick when you will complete this first step on your roadmap and then put that on your calendar. Go ahead. Do it. Do it now. All right, and then you're going to make a reach habit. So it's important to remember and revisit the fact that reach isn't about massive change or shift in lifestyle overnight. Rather, it's achieved by carrying out a series of smaller steps that eventually become habitual over time, and we end up shifting our comfort zone entirely. Now we're going to hear from another amazing speaker who's definitely done some reaching in her day, Christine Ha, who is the first ever blind contestant in season 3 winner of the competitive amateur cooking television show, MasterChef with Gordon Ramsay. She defeated over 30,000 home cooks across America to secure the coveted MasterChef title, a $250,000 cash prize, and a cookbook deal. She holds a Master of Fine Arts from the nationally acclaimed creative writing program at University of Houston, where she served as fiction editor for the Gulf Coast Literary Journal, and a Bachelor of Business Administration from the University of Texas at Austin. Christine Ha received the 2014 Helen Keller Personal Achievement Award from the American Foundation for the Blind, a recognition formerly bestowed upon Ray Charles, Patty Duke, and Stevie Wonder, among others. Ha's first restaurant in Houston, The Blind Goat, was named a semifinalist for 2019 Best New Restaurant in America by the James Beard Foundation. Her second restaurant, Xin Chao, opened in September of 2020. Take it away, Christine.
Hi everyone, my name is Christine Ha, and I'm best known for winning MasterChef Season 3 with Gordon Ramsay. That was in 2012. Since then, I've also authored a New York Times bestselling cookbook called Recipes from My Home Kitchen. I've performed as a culinary envoy abroad through the culinary diplomacy programs through the U.S. Embassy. I've hosted a Canadian cooking show for the visually impaired called Four Senses and was a judge on MasterChef Vietnam. And I've opened 2 restaurants in Houston, The Blind Goat and Xin Chao, which means hello in Vietnamese. So even though I've done all of these things and accomplished a lot of cool things in my life, I want to tell you a little bit about my humble beginnings. My parents were actually Vietnamese refugees that came over to the US in 1975, right around the time of the fall of Saigon. I was born a few years later in Southern California, grew up in Texas. I was an only child. I grew up eating a lot of great Vietnamese food because my mom was a wonderful home cook. But these were foods that I was actually embarrassed about growing up because back then things like pork belly and fish sauce were not cool. But these were the things I loved growing up to eat. And like I said, I grew up an only child. I actually lost my mom when I was 14. She passed away from cancer, left me no recipes, never taught me how to cook. And it wasn't until I went off to college, after I moved out of the dorms into my own small apartment on the west side of campus with some roommates, that I realized that I wanted to learn to cook. I missed a lot of the foods that I grew up eating of my mom. So I bought a cookbook and bought some pots and pans and knives and decided to just read these recipes and teach myself how to cook. Of course, there were a lot of botched dishes back in the day when I first started to cook, but I remember the first dish that I cooked that my roommates and my friends actually enjoyed was a ginger braised chicken. And it was a Vietnamese dish that I had grown up eating before. I actually picked the shortest recipe with the shortest list of ingredients in the cookbook because I thought it would be the simplest thing. After many trials and errors in the kitchen, I went with this dish, and in Vietnamese it's called gà kho gung. And it was actually delicious, and my friends ate it up. And I remember at the time I still had vision, and I remember looking around the table and seeing the smiles on my friends' faces and realizing that there was something very joyous about being able to cook and create something with my own two hands and make other people happy with what I created. So that was really how my love for cooking began. Coincidentally, it was around the same time in my life, in my early 20s, that I experienced my first bout of vision loss. I remember driving home from a summer internship and realizing that one of my eyes was blurry. I went home and changed out my contact lens and realized it wasn't that. I went to see an optometrist. They ran all sorts of tests on my eyes and concluded that it was actually something neurological. It turned out that I had optic neuritis, which is inflammation of the optic nerve. And eventually, 4 years later, I was finally correctly diagnosed with something called neuromyelitis optica, or NMO for short. And NMO is an autoimmune condition that's similar to MS, where the immune system attacks the neurological system. So in NMO, it primarily affects the optic nerves and the spinal cord. So I've had some serious NMO attacks that affected my optic nerves and my spinal cord as well. And I remember there was one serious attack back in 2001, I believe, and I had just graduated college at the time, and I remember that it started off with just tingliness in one of my legs, and it spread, and eventually everything below my neck was numb within a matter of a few days. And I was pretty much paralyzed from the neck down. I couldn't sit up by myself. I couldn't obviously feed myself, use my hands. I couldn't brush my teeth, couldn't pour myself a glass of water. I couldn't sit up, walk. It was definitely a harrowing experience to have something like that happen when I was just in my early 20s. And it took a long period of recovery. I had to leave my job at the time to go on a long-term recovery process. So I went through a lot of physical therapy and occupational therapy. And it was during this time also that I began to lose more of my vision. So both of my optic nerves continued to become inflamed, and eventually they atrophied. And so my vision is kind of reduced to how I describe now as if you were to come out of a hot shower and gaze into a really steamy mirror, that's kind of what I see. So I describe it as though, you stepped out into a very thick fog. So anyways, around this time, like I said, I was experiencing paralysis as well as vision loss, and I felt really lost in my life at the time. I was in my early 20s. I thought I was at that point, like climbing the career ladder, but I had to leave my job, and now I was facing something that seemed very serious with my health. And the only thing that really kept me going through that time, aside from friends and family that visited and helped me out, was actually listening to audiobooks. And I've always been an avid reader as a child. I loved reading. I was the kind of kid that would lock myself up in the bathroom and read for hours, pretending I was showering. But this was a time that allowed me to rediscover my love for literature. And I think it was a way for me to escape my reality at the time, listening to audiobooks. And so as I eventually got better after a lot of the physical therapy and occupational therapy, I decided to do a complete career change. And I went back to graduate school to get a degree in creative writing. So you can see that my trajectory of my whole life just kind of, it was not linear. It went from, thinking I would be in business, and I had a corporate job. And then because I had health issues, I left that and went on to do creative writing. And it was actually throughout this process of like losing my vision that I had to obviously learn things on how to adapt, like how to walk with a white cane, how to navigate the public transportation system in Houston so that I could get to campus and to class. I learned how to read Braille, use screen reader. And eventually I taught myself again how to cook with the help of some instructors from the state agency of Texas that helped adults who lose their vision kind of regain independent living skills. So, with a little bit of adaptation and just trying again and again and failing, but trying again, I eventually learned to cook again, even without my sense of sight. So it was during my last semester of grad school that I decided to, as if grad school wasn't enough, I decided to go and audition for MasterChef. The reason being that my friends and my family really pushed me and told me that, I've become an excellent cook in spite of losing my vision, and that my story was something that people in America should know, that just because you lose your vision doesn't mean you can't do great things. And for me, I went and auditioned just more out of selfish reasons, because I was in school for creative writing, and as an artist, you try to experience as much of life as you can with the hopes that it'll continue to feed your creativity, and then you would come home and have something to write about. So for me, I just went thinking that I would have a great story come out of the auditions, and I didn't think I would last as long as I did on the show and the competition. But as history would have it, I continued to pass challenge after challenge, and then eventually was crowned the winner of MasterChef Season 3. And since then, like I said, my life has been pretty much turned upside down. And it really wasn't something that would have happened had I not lost my vision, I think. And I've learned a lot since losing my vision. It's taught me a lot, not only about myself, but about life in general. And so I kind of just want to leave all of you with a little bit of advice that I would, want to give my younger self, or someone, my younger self who had just lost her vision per se. And, some of the things I learned is lessons that I take with me to this day. And I think they serve me well in all sorts of decisions and challenges that I have to take on in life. So one, I would say, is to be fearless. So to be fearless. What does that mean? Well, I would say that I never in my mind would think that I would have tried out for a TV show, gone on television, would have won. I never thought I would snowboard, but I picked up snowboarding after I lost my vision. And the running joke is always that you can't fear what you can't see. So because I can't see how steep the mountain is, I'm less afraid to go down it with my feet strapped to a board. I tried rock climbing for the first time after I lost my vision. I want to say that the answer will always be no unless you try. So, for example, even something like public speaking, I was terrified of public speaking many years ago. But I knew that after winning MasterChef, I had many invitations to do a lot of public speaking, and I knew that it was a skill that would serve me well in life, and it was something that I felt I should really challenge myself to do, and it took me out of my comfort zone. So I kept doing public speaking. I kept taking on these events and these gigs, eventually until I realized that I actually enjoy it, and it became much easier and to speak on stage. And so I want to say to just to take everything you've learned through all of your life, like with vision loss, and realize that we're much more capable than we often give ourselves credit for. So I would advise you to be fearless. Second, celebrate the small victories in your life. I think oftentimes we set lofty goals for ourselves, and then as soon as we try to take a couple steps towards reaching the goals, we sometimes fail. We fall on our butts. We, lose money over certain business decisions. We fall down. We hurt ourselves. We bake a terrible cake, whatever it may be. Life is full of mistakes and can be full of failures. But I think anytime you have any small victory, you should definitely celebrate it. And this is what keeps us going and helps build our confidence. So I think many times we tend to set a very high goal, and then as soon as we can't reach it, we give up. But what I say is, if you think about all the small accomplishments that you've done along the way, day by day, week by week, month by month, and then year by year, if you look back, you can think like, oh, last week I wasn't able to do this, or last year I wasn't able to do this. And every time you celebrate that small victory, it'll continue to exponentially build your confidence. So for example, I was cooking entire Thanksgiving meals for my family before I lost my vision. And then as I lost my vision, cooking became much more difficult for me. And I went from being able to fry a whole turkey and do all of the Thanksgiving spread to barely being able to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich. I remember at that moment when I could barely get the bread slices to align together and there was jelly dripping all over my counter, I was very upset. I remember throwing the sandwich away and crying and thinking, like, how would I ever be able to be independent and feed myself and cook again? But I remember a few weeks after that, I was brave enough to cut an orange and eat some fruit by myself. And then maybe after that, I remember being able to fry an egg on the stove and then just eating a simple fried egg. And then after that, just cooking instant noodles in a pot and not having it boil over onto the stove. So all of these little accomplishments, when I look back, I realize that I've learned and I've taken forward steps and I've moved forward. And I think that helped me to continue to be brave and try bigger and harder things in the kitchen until I was able to go on and compete successfully on MasterChef. So my second piece of advice is to celebrate the small victories. My last piece of advice is actually something that Gordon Ramsay taught me when I was on MasterChef. So if any of you had followed the show my season, there's my big moment when I baked an apple pie that I thought was a pile of rubbish. And I remember getting that pie into the oven with only 18 minutes left until the end of the challenge. I thought that I had botched the complete challenge and thought that I would be going home that day from that test or from that challenge. But in actuality, when I served the pie up to the judges, they told me that it was actually a good-looking pie. The crust was golden. It was flaky. They cut a piece from it and said it tasted delicious. And so this last piece of advice is what Gordon actually told me in that moment when I was being judged for my apple pie. And it's a piece of advice that I want to leave with all of you as well. And what he said to me was, stop doubting yourself, start believing in yourself, and be bold. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christine, for sharing with us how you've reached beyond your comfort zone to share your gift with the world. Speaking of reaching, in this final section of our session, we're going to turn our attention to the No Barriers Pledge, a commitment to take positive action in your life and in the world. When you registered for the summit, as a part of your registration, you were prompted to create your own No Barriers Pledge. In case you missed it, pledges are part of the No Barriers tradition at the summit. A pledge is your commitment to your continued progress towards your vision by identifying one goal that you can achieve in the next 2 to 3 months or so. If you already submitted a pledge to No Barriers, thank you. We hope that the summit is inspiring you and giving you strategies and tools to be able to complete your pledge. If you did not already create and submit a pledge, then it's not too late. Use your summit experience to create a pledge that is meaningful to you, and then go to our breakout room to submit your pledge so we can see what you're up to. After you share your pledge, we'll send you a virtual No Barriers flag that you can print and write your pledge on so that you can post it as a reminder for yourself. You'll also be entered to win one of 40 coupons worth $500 awarded by our partners and Rope Team member Airbnb. Whether it shows up through your pledge or in your daily life or both, I hope that this session gave you some inspiration and tools for living a No Barriers life. To help you reinforce all that you've experienced here and to connect with other participants, final reflection question for you to answer in the Q&A. In addition to answering the question, be sure to read what others have to say. Your question is, what is the biggest takeaway about Reach that you want to remember? And thank you so much for being part of the Reaching Beyond Your Comfort Zone session. Remember, if you want to learn more about all 7 life elements of the No Barriers life, you can get the book, What's Within You, and also check out all of our resources and program offerings at www.nobarriersusa.org. And as an immediate opportunity, be sure to join us at the next summit session where you can explore the element of alchemy and meet No Barriers ambassador and veteran Jara Martinez along with entrepreneur Maya Penn. All right, see you there.
Wow. Thanks, Mariah. I hope you were able to really think about what you want to do with your REACH plan. Make sure to keep in mind what Mariah said. Make REACH a habit. But as you know, new habits aren't made overnight. It's going to take a lot of work for you to make REACH a habit. The most classic example, I think, of what it means to set a REACH goal is when people set a New Year's resolution. Yet nearly 80% of people's January resolutions have failed by February. Why is that? It's because we're not really good at setting tangible, realistic goals that we follow through with. It's not easy to form new habits and stay committed. And when we fail to reach a REACH goal, most of us give up. So how do you break that pattern? First, understand that your true goal is to live your vision. That's going to take many REACH attempts, some that fail, some that succeed. As Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, says, the journey of 1,000 miles is a single step. Next, remember that your rope team around you is going to have to really support you through the process of you getting to your goal. You're going to need to learn about alchemy later today. And if you don't have time to go through all the sessions today, you can always come back and watch them later this week or pick up our book, What's Within You. As a quick reminder, none of today's programming would be possible without the generous support of donors like you. If you are able, I would ask you now to take out your phone and send a text to make a small donation. You can text NB Summit to 91999, and you'll be led to our donations form where you can make a contribution to support this important work we do all around the world.
When the cruel winds of life knock us down and make us feel small, let go. Reach beyond what you know. When uncertainty paralyzes our spirit and the shame of our scars crushes all hope, look inside. Find that hidden light. For it is our many falls that fuel our rise. Together, we climb, fearless and unstoppable. Because what's within us is stronger than what's in our way.
Down on the top and we come back, it's hard to describe those victories, but when we struggle, right, it's a uniting energy.
It's not about climbing one mountain, it's about making a catalyst of change. For me, I'm a musician. I happen to be deaf, and that's just part of who I am. Whether or not I'm seen as a person with a quote-unquote disability or not, has nothing to do with how I feel inside.
I was in a car accident January 15th of 2018. After the accident, I was in the ICU for a month, unresponsive, and then a long-term acute care facility for 2 months, just starting to wake up.
About 6 years or so ago, I started experiencing chronic pain and difficulty walking. And like everyone, I thought it would go away. And it did not go away, and it got worse. So I started to seek answers. And that kept me stuck for years. I wanted to give up. And my friend made me promise to stick around for 6 months. And that was in that time I found No Barriers. That changed my perspective, changed my paradigm, changed how I looked at what I had to offer.
We're all part of this No Barriers Club, no matter, you know, who you are or what abilities you're given. You're going to struggle. Okay.
You're parched. You might have low oxygen. You might, feel like you're going to fall off the side of a cliff. People helping me might be like, feel that pressure of making sure that I'm safe.
People are walking down a set of stairs for the first time and they said, that's my Everest. Or they're figuring out new ways to deal with pain, new therapies, or they're cranking up the mountain with their arms. They never thought they could do that, and that's their Everest. So the idea came from that, this idea that everyone has an Everest in their life, and this day is sort of a metaphor for that.
It's about doing what you can with what you have. It doesn't matter what's wrong with you. It matters what are you going to do about it.
These events are really important to my recovery and other people's recovery because they lift your spirits.
It is struggle. It's not easy, but it's through those challenges that we come together. So be vulnerable, take the lead. This is where people will catch you.
No barriers means going after what you want 100%.
I have a passion and a love for No Barriers, but also for people who are constantly pushing the envelope to show that, all of those barriers and the brokenness of who you are has nothing to do with your potential.
Are you ready?
I ended up surrounding myself with the people who lifted me up, and I call that my chosen family. People I know I can count on.
I want to walk unassisted by the end of the year, and I think I'm well on my way. So it's all about finding new ways to do things.
My Everest is being vulnerable.
My Everest is getting back to life like it was before the accident.
My Everest is encouraging other people to look past their barriers and to realize that they're not alone and that failure can be a beautiful start of a new beginning.
Now, I know we've been quiet and calm for a while, watching all this inspiring content, but it's time to get moving. We're going to get our hearts pumping through a boxing class offered by our friend Rustin Hughes. Rustin has been a longtime member of the No Barriers community. He runs an adaptive boxing studio in our hometown of Fort Collins, Colorado. His studio, Be Bold, is about helping people be bold, brave, and come to believe that they can accomplish anything. He is someone who lives the No Barriers life every day. So get ready to move, sweat, and get your heart racing. Let's switch it over to Rustin.
Hello, No Barriers Summit. Welcome to Be Bold Adaptive Boxing. Today, we're going to be working in adaptive boxing class, kind of the beginning steps of adaptive boxing. So what we're going to start off with is our punches. We're going to go ahead and get in our stance. So if you're right-handed, your left foot is going to be in lead, feet shoulder width apart, so you can rock your weight back and forth. Wheelchair users, we're going to go ahead and take our wheelchair and point if we are right-handed, our left wheel will be forward. If we're left-handed, our right wheel will be pointed forward. So again, our hands are here protecting our face, feet shoulder width apart, and we're throwing our one. Everything on our left side is going to be an odd number for right-handers. So we throw that one out, that's our jab, and then bring it right back to our face. One thing I like to say is we've got a rubber band connected to our from our thumb to our temple. So when that punch comes out, it comes right back to protect our face. Our 1 and then our 2. Exhaling on the punch. You're gonna hear a term, squish the bug, a lot. So what we're gonna do is when we squish the bug, like on our 2, it brings our hip forward. Like that. 1, 2. I'm gonna shake that out. Now we got our 3s and 4s. Our 3s and 4s are our hook. So our 3 is gonna be our lead hook. Going back to protecting our face. 4 is our rear hook. So we're gonna dip. On our 3, we're gonna dip to our left side, just like a cat pawing. Your arm is like a sock and your hand is a rock, whipping that punch. Then our 3 sets up our 4. Again, we're breathing. Breathing on the punch. All right, so our 1s and 2s are our straight punches right here. Our 3s and 4s are our hooks. Now our 5s and 6s are our uppercuts. So our 5, we're leaning, right-handers, we're leaning to our left side, dip and rip. So we're coming in, our legs are gonna be a lot of the power of our uppercut. 5 and 6. 5 and 6. Hands coming back to protect your face. Breathing on the punch, yep. All right, now we're gonna take it right from the beginning. We're gonna start with our 1, and you'll see how these punches lead into the next. So we have our 1, sets up our 2, sets up our 3, sets up our 4, our 5, and our 6. So go ahead and run through your sequence, 1 through 6. One more gas. So breathe, relax. If you feel yourself being tense right now, shake it out. Just shake it out. Nice, go ahead, Barry. I know we're kind of running through this kind of quickly, but our 1s and 2s, 3s and 4s, 5s and 6s are going to be the basis of our combinations. So what I have you do is go ahead and partner up. One person go ahead and put on your gloves, the other person go ahead and put on your mitts. At home, if you don't have boxing gloves and you don't have mitts, you can shadow box on your own. You can do all these same combos, shadow boxing. If you have 2 pairs of gloves, you can just hold the gloves as your mitts. So you can adapt. However you need to adapt this boxing workout, you can adapt it. So this first round is called our ladder round. Pad holders, you're kind of in charge of these combinations. Pad holders, we're gonna hold our mitts in the same stance that our partner is. So if he's a lefty, you're gonna have, when he's a lefty, he's going to be in a left-handed stance as well. So everyone here is pretty much right-handed. Pad holders, you're going to get into that right-handed stance. And now everything's the same for you. His 1 is your 1. And what we're going to do is when I'll have Jared and it's shown right here. So you're going to throw a 1, or you're going to say 1 to him. 1. He's going to throw it. Yep. And you're just going to catch it. We're not slamming it, and we're not allowing him to slam it back on me. We're just kind of catching it. And then you're going to say 1, 2. 1, 2. Yep, and you'll catch those. 1, 2. Then you'll go through 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And so at 3, you're going to hold it to the side. Yep. And then the 4, you'll hold it to 3. Yeah, and then just the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and our 5s and 6s, we hold down. So on the 5 and 6. Yeah, so when you go through, now go through 1 through 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, and then go through the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's fine. So we're gonna go through our ladders. It's gonna be 1, reset. Our paddle, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we start over. I don't want to see any power. We don't need to have any power. Just need to be focusing on technique. I'm going to go ahead and get the clock started. Get some music. And breathe. Breathe. Relax. Have fun with this. Here we go. One, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Here you go. going, keep going. Keep going. 2, 3, 4. Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go, good job. Oh, man, thanks, man. All right, so the second round is going to be 1s and 2s. So it's going to be every 20 seconds, okay? So for the first 20, we're doing 1s and 2s for speed. Quick hands, good form, good technique. Then it's going to be 1s and 2s for power. 1, 2, reset. 1, 2, reset. Then it's going to be, and then we're doing 3, 4 for speed, and then 3, 4 for power, 5, 6 for speed, 5, 6 for power. All right, here we go. On the buzzer. 1s and 2s for speed. Here we go. Quick hands, long punches, breathe. Nice job. There you go. Good job. Long punches. Nice work. All right, 1, 2 for power. 1, 2, reset. Smack, smack. 1, 2, reset. Here we go. Smack, smack. Yeah.
Okay, maybe not quite so hard.
1, 2, reset. Here we go. Breathe. On the punches.
Reset. There you go. Nice.
Reset. 5, 6 for speed. 5, 6 for speed. 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. Here we go. 5, 6, 5, 6. Good technique. Good form. Here we go. Breathe. 5, 6 for power. 5, 6 reset. Yeah. Breathe. Give and rip. Give and rip. Get to that left side. Here we go.
Bring it up on your legs. 1, 6. Sorry, I didn't get it.
Now we're going to go 2, 5, 4. 2, 5, 4.
Just slow. 2, 5, 4.
2, 5, 4.
There
Now,
he is. Yeah,
take it
yeah.
slow. All right, so
2, 5, 4.
Yeah.
4.
All right, now we're back to the first one. 1, 6, 3.
Wait.
1, 6, 3 now. 1, 6. Good. Okay. 1, 6, 3. Now we're going back to the 2, 5, 4. It's okay. 2, 5, 4. Oh, man, I missed that one. Good. 2, 3, 5, 4. There you go.
There he is.
Now 1, 6, 3. Back to 1, 6, 3. You guys are getting it. Yes. 1, 6, 6. 1, 6, 6. All right, last 20. 2, 5, 4. 2, 5, 4. 2, 3. 3 minutes. Check it out. Again. is our fourth round. It's going to be every 20 seconds. For the first 20 is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 2. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 2. It's going to be, and then we're just doing a 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. Reset. 2, 3, 2. The first one, 1, 2, 3, 2. And it's going to be 2, 3, 2. You want to practice that with your partner real quick? 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. What's the other one? 2, 3, 2. Yeah. It's going to be, we're going 2, 3, 2. Nice. Breathe on those punches. 2. All right, here we go. The first one's 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2 on the buzzer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You go. Now 2, 3, 2. Now 2, 3, 2. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now 2, 3, 2. Okay. 2, 3, 2. Reset. Reset. Now back to the first one. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 2. I'm going to have you bring down your power. Focus on technique. Okay? Bring down your power. Focus on technique. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. Here we go. Breathe on the punch. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. Again, keep it down, keep the power down, focus on technique. 1, 2, 3. All right, so last 20, 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. 5. All right, so this is our 5th and final round. It's going to be 10 straights, 10 hooks, 10 uppercuts. So if I was Tracy's partner, she's holding these for me. She's going to count them out for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Then I go right into my hooks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And I go right into my uppercuts.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do a little break, shake it out, I come right back in. So we're gonna go, so 10 straights, 10 hooks, 10 uppercuts. On the buzzer, it's your 5th and final round. Give it all you got. There you go, yeah, good technique. 10 seconds, 10 seconds. We gonna finish strong. first round is our ladder round. We're working our ladders. 1, reset. 1, 2, reset. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then out of the 6. Again, focusing on technique. There's 4. Breathing on the punch. All right, here we go. On the buzzer, working our ladders. Go. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
It's hard to do.
You have to get in sync now. We're getting in sync right now. There you go. Again, we're breathing on the punch. Breathe on the punch. Great. And the second round is going to beep every 20 seconds. The first 20, we're doing our 1s and 2s for speed. Long punches, quick hands. Again, really good technique. Breathing on the punch. It's going to beep and we're doing 1s and 2s for power. 1, 2, reset. 3s and 4s for speed. 3s and 4s for power. 5s and 6s for speed. 5s and 6s for power. Again, you focus on technique. You're going to get the clock set.
All the way out. All the way out. I'm gonna make you reach for him, all right?
Come on.
Okay, go ahead. A little.
All right, 1s and 2s for speed. Long punches. On the buzzer. Yeah, the powerful punch. Breathe. 1s and 2s. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Quick hands. Down. Breathe. There you go. Breathe on the punch.
You should extend your arms.
Here you go. 1s and 2s for power. 1, 2, reset. There you go. Yeah, beat on that. There you go. Breathe. Yeah. That hand come right back to your face. All right. 3, 4 for speed. 3, 4, 3, 4. Elbows high. Those elbows high. There you go. Elbows high, Connor. 3, 4. 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. 3, 4 reset. 3, 4 reset. Here we go. 3, 4. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Nice. 3, 4 reset. 5, 6. 5, 6 for speed. 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. There you go. Uppercut, uppercut. There you go. Keep going. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Last 20, 5, 6, reset. 5, 6, reset. There you go. Breathe. Nice. That's crazy. Yeah, man, that's a good workout. It's going to be every 20 seconds again. The first 20 is a 1-6-3. Jared, can I borrow real quick? Yeah. So it's going to be our jab, uppercut, hook, jab, uppercut, hook, and then it's going to beep, and then we're going to do the reverse. It's going to be a 2, 5, then a 4. 2, 5, 4. So be your right straight, lead uppercut, rear hook. So go ahead and practice that first one real quick. 1-6-3. 1, 2, 3. The second one is 2-5-4. 2-5-4.
Oh, 5 is up. Okay. So 2.
All right, here we go on the buzzer. We're working on 1-6-3 for the first 20. 1-6-3. Here we go. 1-6-3. Yeah, 3. You're good. You're good.
1. There we go.
Technique. All right, man. Here we go. 2-5-4 now. 2-5-4.
Yeah, because I'm trying to do this. Okay.
Nice. 1-6-3. Bring down the power, focus on technique. That's fine. Go ahead and bring it down. Bring it down. 1, 2. There you go. Just like that. 2-5-4. 2. Nice. Yep. Slow it down. Nice, guys. Good. 2, 1-6-3. 1-6-3. Nice. Good job. Nice, Greg. Here you go. Breathe. Last 20. 2-5-4. 2-5-4. Last 20. There you go. Nice. You got 10 straight, 10 hooks, 10 uppercuts. Again, start off nice and slow. Get in sync with your partner. I want to see good technique. Good technique. Straight punches on the 1s and 2s. All right, your last round, finish strong. 30-30. On the buzzer. Big deep breath. Here we go. Yeah. There you go. Shake it out. Breathe. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. Double jump on the hook. Double jump on the hook. 8, 9,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Finish strong on this. Go last round.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Here you go. Breathe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
30 seconds left. You got it. You got it. Last round. Push yourself. There you go. 10 seconds. Push it. 5 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Whew. Nice work. Nice work. Good job, everybody. Thank you, No Barriers, for having it and Be Bold at the summit again this year. Let's go ahead and have everybody bring it in. We do this every time at Be Bold. We're a family. We're a team. We're a team on 3. 1, 2, 3, team.
Whew. That was the first time I've boxed with the bow tie on. Thanks so much, Rustin. That really got my heart pumping. I hope you all got a great workout too, and that you're ready for the rest of the day. I know I'm ready to keep going. Rustin is definitely someone who reminds me what it means to live a no barriers life. He's pushing past his comfort zone, and he continues to be an important pillar in our community and for his rope team each and every day. So thank you so much, Rustin.
Growing up, I had a serious love for music, and when I went to college, that's when I started really having problems with my hearing, and because of a connective tissue disorder that I have, I lost all of my residual hearing in 9 months and was dropped from the music program, and I lost myself in that. I felt like I'd fallen down a dark well, and nothing really felt real anymore. I realized in so many different ways that I have 2 choices. I can stay here forever, or I can figure out a way to take one painful step at a time to the possibility of something different. The reality of life is that you will hit a wall. You will struggle. And the choices that you make in that struggle are so important. The people who you surround yourself by are so important. I had so many people who've pushed me along the way who have refused to give up on me, and to see for yourself that what's within you is stronger than what's in your way. And if you allow that mentality to sink in, it will change your life. This time I'm gonna make it. I'm not the same kid I used to be.
Now let's take a minute to catch our breath and get ready for a thought-provoking panel presented to you by Wells Fargo. As you know, there have been a lot of conversations this past year about financial inclusion for people of all ethnicities and abilities. And I'm looking forward to this timely discussion. And with that, let's check out this panel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the No Barriers Summit. My name is Dennis Molinas, and I'm the Global Accessibility Business Support Consultant for Wells Fargo. Our panel's topic theme is making financial and employment inclusion work for everyone. We define this theme as supporting efforts to help more people who are currently unbanked and underbanked have access to affordable banking services, since being banked promotes financial health and stability and supports meaningful participation in our economy. Employment inclusion includes supporting accommodations and accessibility to provide employment opportunities to people with disabilities and to enable them to achieve economic independence and professional attainment. So today, we're very fortunate to have a distinguished guest panel share their experiences and expertise and thoughts on the topic. Our panelists include Andrew Holbrook, who is the president of the Disability Connection Employee Resource Network at Wells Fargo Bank, Annette Howard, Human Resources Consulting Partner at Wells Fargo Bank, and Michael Morris, Founder and Senior Strategic Advisor at the National Disability Institute. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for being here. So my name is Dennis, and I am an Asian male I have black hair. I'm wearing a blue shirt, and I am in my home office. In my background are some books and a whiteboard. So let's address the topic of financial health. Financial health is an important part of our well-being, and in a perfect world, all of us would have access to the financial institutions and tools to help support our financial health and achieve our financial goals. Yet there are many communities who are currently underbanked or unbanked. According to the National Disability Institute, some 20% of households headed by a person with a disability are currently unbanked. So Michael, that's 1 in 5 households in the disability community that are going without financial opportunities. Are there segments of our community with disabilities that are affected even more so? What historical context can you share with us?
I appreciate the question. Let me first say that I am a white male. I have gray hair, I have glasses on, and I am wearing a blue shirt. Let me answer the question. The disability population is a very diverse population. They're diverse in many ways. Population represents people with a variety of disabilities. Some are visible, some are invisible. The disability types range from physical, sensory disabilities to those that are more invisible, people with learning disabilities, people with mental health challenges, and others. I think what is a common denominator among working age adults with disabilities is the disproportionate number who remain living in poverty. More than 60% of adults with disabilities are considered low moderate income, and 40% of people with disabilities are living in long-term poverty. So we have some extreme challenges, both related to assets as well as income production, very high unemployment rates, but we're talking about a very diverse group of people, although sharing this common challenge of really trying to find a pathway to greater economic security and financial health.
Thank you, Michael. That's quite profound. So 60% of people with disabilities live in poverty then?
Correct.
Thanks for your response on that. I'd like to shift the next question to Annette. Annette, there exists opportunities to address gaps in employment for people with disabilities. According to the Department of Labor, unemployment in people with disabilities is about 2 times higher than those without a disability. From your professional or personal experience, can you please talk about or provide examples of how third-party organizations such as the ADA or other legislative efforts help to close this gap?
Yes. Again, I'm Annette, and let me say that I am in my home office with red walls. I'm wearing a red dress. My hair color is brown with golden highlights, and I have hazel eyes, and I'm wearing glasses. Good call out about ADA as I sit here and think about this question, because I don't want to date myself too much, but in the early days of ADA, I recall that there was a shortage in talent, just as it is today. And what I did was contact a hearing impaired organization to tap into that market. And for me, I was the first person in our organization to look at a different channel for hiring. It was really rewarding for me as well, because what I did was I studied sign language behind the scene to be able to converse with the individuals that I hired. And our company also started offering classes for people who wanted to, and it really increased the population. I will also say that there are third-party organizations that offer coaching for people on the job. For some, there may be a 4-week learning. It may be extended maybe 2 or 3 weeks to ensure that the transfer of knowledge. I've had an experience with that as well, because I have an intellectual disabled brother who I'm a caregiver for, and he has a coach for his job. And what that does is shorten the gap of learning or ensure that there isn't a gap in the learning of the task that he needs to do. I'm proud to say he's very well thought of in his work. The other thing is companies have taken is the application process. Pre-COVID, I guess I would say, when we were coming together, there are business cards that may have Braille. There may be information so that if you need assistance, you can ask for it when you apply for jobs. So companies are learning, and even doing partnering with programs like No Barriers to help those that have visible or invisible disabilities understand that we're a company that we want to be very inclusive of who we hire. It doesn't matter, and we can work together to get you employed.
Thanks, Annette. Great response. Along those lines, let's talk about employment, and I'd like to direct this next question to Andrew. So Andrew, employment can often be a key lever in gaining financial stability. Yet once one is employed, it can often be challenging for anyone to navigate the workplace. Can you please talk about the concept of the Employee Resource Network and how they can support opportunities for people with disabilities in development and inclusion?
Absolutely, Dennis, and thank you for the question. I'd like to first describe my surroundings and what I appear as. I am a white male with salt and pepper hair. I have green eyes. I'm wearing a white shirt and a gray blazer. Currently sitting within an office space here in downtown San Francisco. And behind me, there are some street scenes, including buses moving in the background here in San Francisco. Speaking about the Employee Resource Network, so I'm real excited to be the enterprise president of Disability Connection, the Employee Resource Network here at Wells Fargo, focused on people with disabilities and people who support those with disabilities, whether they be allies or caregivers. And one of the things that I really appreciate about the disability community is the diversity of disability. I think some of the previous speakers, Annette and Michael, alluded to those. I myself, I wear hearing aids. I was born with a hearing impairment and speech impediment, which I continue to work with every day. And I think that the skills that I bring, the different skills that I bring and that I developed as a result of having a hearing impairment are something which honestly give me strength in terms of being able to do things that other members of the organization or employees don't bring. Likewise, there are other people with disabilities or caregivers or allies who bring a different perspective. And the one thing that I fundamentally think, the one thing that an employee resource network provides is that sense of shared community, that safe space into which people can talk about the different experiences and inform not only their lives, but the company. And that's something which I pride Disability Connection with, is connecting what we do as employees to the overall goals as Wells Fargo. Because just as Disability Connection and Wells Fargo's employee base is a diverse organization, so are the customers and clients that we serve. And so the better we are able to infuse our day-to-day operations, our engagements with one another, with the insights that an employee resource network provides as a community, the better we are at delivering on customer needs and the healthier we will be as a company. And that's what an employee resource network does at its utmost. Thanks for the question, Dennis.
No, thank you, Andrew. Just building upon your response, so the Employee Resource Network at Wells Fargo, the Disability Connection ERN, can you talk about maybe some of the activities it engages in or some of the things that it does?
Do we have a couple extra hours? I joke, but honestly, it's an organization of over 9,000 employees, which is unique in terms of as I think about companies, smaller businesses, not the size of Wells Fargo, that the community is rather diverse and it brings with it a lot of I would say diversity in activities, diversity in communications. And let me just speak about specifically that this month we are in the midst of Disability Pride Month. This is July, and it's in part a hallmark recognizing the enactment of the Americans with Disabilities Act that Annette alluded to earlier on July 26th. As part of that, we engaged in a robust social media campaign that was linked both in internal and external communications, bringing in perspectives around disability and how it informs not just the employees that are here at Wells Fargo, but also our customers and clients. We're looking forward to having similar communications and highlighting our engagement internally at Wells Fargo in October with Disability Employment Awareness Month, because as Michael alluded to, and I think others have alluded to, the disability unemployment rate is twice that of those people without disabilities. And this is something that is a core mission and something that we will continue to focus on in October. So thanks for the question, Dennis.
Yeah, no, thank you, Andrew. And building upon that response, you talked about the unemployment rate amongst people with disabilities. So for people with disabilities in the workplace, or for others who have other diversity dimensions, they can potentially face multiple challenges in their respective workplaces. What's your advice for someone who's hoping to bring their whole selves to work?
Well, I would also invite my colleagues to comment on this. It's important to engage with your internal communities. It's important with employee resource networks, to the extent that your management is an important space. It's important to bring what you can of your authenticity to the group. And I find that this is easier and easier to do every day. It's not perfect. It's not always the best. But as a community, we have some responsibilities to the next generation of leaders to bring that authentic selves to the workplace. And I'll just give the explicit example is a specific example of where the reason why I make the suggestion is that I am, as I mentioned earlier, white male, graying temples, and the perspective that I bring to the workplace is very different than, I would say, some of my African American colleagues, some of my colleagues of Hispanic and Latino backgrounds. All of these are dimensions that I can't bring to the space. But when I know what those intersectionalities are, it makes me a better employee, it makes me a better person, and helps me think about the holisticness of what we deliver both as an employee resource network, but also what we as Wells Fargo, serving 1 in 3 households in the country that serve a diverse number of households, can do better.
I just want to add a little bit here. Intersectionality is so important because that's the uniqueness of the individual. So through that, we and the Employee Resource Network, we hope to empower our employees, at least at Wells Fargo, to have courageous conversations with your managers and your leaders. I've been fortunate that the leaders that I've had through my career, I can do that. But sometimes those conversations can be tough. And if it's nothing but just explaining what you need to do your job, what you need to be successful, and just have a conversation, because it's a two-way street is the way that I view it. The leader doesn't know if you don't tell the leader. So it's real important that people have those courageous conversations so that you bridge the gap of difference. It's going to always be there, but you'll be surprised how much commonality that you have.
Andrew and Annette, thanks for your perspectives and responses, in talking about employment inclusion. I'd like to shift the focus again to talk about financial inclusion. And so the next question I'd like to direct towards Michael Morris. So Michael, where are the biggest opportunities for financial inclusion, and what barriers stand in the way?
That's a great question. Again, for people with disabilities who have lower rates of participation in the workforce. That means less income production, less assets. I think the number one issue for people with disabilities and financial inclusion is improved access to credit. We know from our research that almost 1 in 2 working age adults with disabilities do not have access to credit via credit cards or a bank, and that compares substantially higher levels of lack of access to credit as compared to people without disabilities. So I think the opportunity is not just access to credit. I think it's also about improving understanding about budgeting, about informed decision making when it comes to savings, hopefully even more in terms of investing and different ways of wealth creation. So people with disabilities have too often been ignored as a market sector by the financial community. So there is a need for increased and improved, responsive, and accessible financial products and services as well. So those are some of the things I think about to improve financial inclusion. And I think it becomes an even greater problem, as we were just talking about, for individuals at the intersection of race or ethnicity and disability, as well as gender. Women who are part of communities of color, who are also disabled, have the lowest net worth, have the least access to credit, are less likely to be employed. And so the opportunities for them in terms of financial inclusion deserves even more attention.
Thank you, Michael, for that response. I mean, given that, then, all those opportunities and challenges that exist, can you talk about what organizations, for example, such as NDI, what are you doing or what other organizations are doing to address some of these challenges and opportunities?
Great question. National Disability Institute, we're in our 16th year. We started because of a belief that more could be done to stimulate conversation between the disability and financial communities. Over the past 10 years, we've conducted over 50 what we call is asset development summits. And that's a fancy name for bringing together leaders in the disability community in different cities across the country, sitting at round tables in discussion with bankers, with members of the financial services industry, to talk about what could we do more in terms of collaboration, whether it's investment or lending or service under the Community Reinvestment Act, or it has to do with more outreach, more intentional activity to help people with disabilities access credit and utilize other financial products. I do think more conversation, more intentional relationship building between the disability and financial community would matter a lot. But I'll add one other, which we touched on already, and that is employment in the financial sector of more people with disabilities, as is being done at Wells Fargo and other banks, recognizing that people with disabilities are an asset to the workforce, bring different dimensions, different decision-making, creative problem-solving ability. And I think when we see more people with disabilities within the workforce of the financial services community, I think products become more responsive. The accessibility of websites become more responsive. The opportunity intentionally to reach and be in conversations regularly with disability-related organizations begins to happen more often as well.
Michael, thanks for that. I couldn't agree with you more on your response about including people with disabilities in financial services employment. Thank you. So to Andrew, Annette, and Michael, thank you all for your great and very detailed and insightful responses. For our No Barriers audience, unfortunately, we're out of time and we've only scratched the surface on the topic of financial and employment inclusion. We'd like to thank you for watching and hope you enjoy the rest of the programming and events here at No Barriers 2021. Thank you again.
Wow. Thanks so much to each of these amazing panelists. This was definitely an eye-opening session for me. And thank you again to Wells Fargo for being our presenting sponsor.
When things tend to happen that are outside of our control, we tend to go to the place of like, we've lost everything. We don't have anything. And the one thing I've always said, I've learned through my own experiences in life, is you still have one thing, and that one thing is the choice. But how do you respond? Like, it's on you. At some point, you got to stop blaming the outside world. At some point, you got to stop pointing the finger at everyone else. And you got to look at yourself and say, what am I doing or what am I not doing? Because there's this space in between when the challenge happens and ultimately the outcome. There's a space, and the outcome is determined by what happens within this space. That's determined by you. This is a ritual. This is a routine. This is a mindset that every single day when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, okay, I probably slept bad last night. I probably am waking up worried about what happened yesterday or how it's going to, spill over into the day and tomorrow possibly. Forget all that. Right now in this moment, I'm going to prepare my mind. I'm going to strengthen it. I'm going to kind of put some armor around it and just prepare it for whatever this day is going to be. But it's going to start with me simply just saying to myself, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be in control. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to have faith. I'm going to believe. Like, that's literally the things that I say to myself.
My name is Barbara Henry. I am coming to the No Barriers Summit from Rhode Island, and I am blind. When I was born, my spinal fluid leaked, and it was going to my brain, so I could have had more complications. It could have affected my mobility in terms of walking, speech. So about a year and a half ago, I started challenging myself and doing things outside of my comfort zone. And my friend gave me an email about the No Barriers Summit. The world's not going to come to me. I have to get out into the world. I have to be a part of the world. If I don't come to this event, the event's not going to come to me. Coming to the No Barriers Summit, I was just so excited. The short time that I've been here so far, just meeting various people and talking to them about their life stories, it just represents just inner strength and perseverance. This weekend with the No Barriers Summit, I climbed a rock wall, which I have never done, and I reached the top and rung the bell. I went scuba first time in a swimming pool. went sailing. I've never sailed before. And today I rode a bicycle outside for the first time in my life. That was great. I just took off. So that was a lot of fun. I didn't understand why everybody was like, wow, you never rode a bike before? It didn't hit me, you know. I was with a group, and everybody just stopped and said, you never rode a bike? And then when I got on the bike, I wasn't even scared. I just did it. I just rode and I felt like an eagle. I felt like I was just soaring through the sky. And I'm not ashamed at all of being blind. I'm not. But in that moment, I didn't feel blind. I feel this experience has made me to focus on looking forward and not to focus on challenges that have occurred in your life in the past. Just try to focus on the present and be positive about the future.
Our lives are kind of like a storm. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a total whiteout in the mountains. Now, I can't see anyway, even in good weather, but my friends, somebody needs to be able to see, and they can't. It's just total whiteout. Well, what is the tool that you use to navigate? I think our vision is like an internal compass. It guides us through that storm. It tells us where we're going and why it's so important that we get there. I think vision is figuring out what grows the light inside. I think it's really about connecting with our very deep core values and understanding what those values are. When we live in alignment with those values, that light will blaze and it will show us the way. And it's not about what's out here, it's about illuminating what we have inside.
Time to switch gears a bit. On the same line of inclusion for all, no matter the ability level, technology is helping to change and enhance the world that we live in. At No Barriers, we have the privilege of knowing some of the most amazing innovators working in the world of adaptable and accessible technology. One of those inspiring innovators is none other than rock climber, engineer, biophysicist, and No Barriers ambassador Hugh Herr. Just a bit about Hugh. In 1982, while climbing Mount Washington out east, Hugh was caught in a blizzard for 3 nights at minus 20-degree temperatures. He suffered severe frostbite, and both of Hugh's legs had to be amputated below the knees. But in true No Barriers fashion, when others saw loss, Hugh saw a blank canvas and went on to become one of the most respected innovators in the entire world. Following months of surgeries and rehab, Hugh was doing what doctors told him was unthinkable. He was climbing again. He designed specialized prostheses, including feet with high toe stiffness that are titanium spiked to assist in climbing steep walls. Hugh's now a professor at MIT and focuses on creating lifelike bionic limbs. He's also been coined the leader of the bionic age by Time magazine. Hugh's here today to share a bit about himself and what he's currently working on. Let's head over to Hugh.
Thank you, Dave, for your wonderful introduction. Hi, my name is Hugh Herr, as stated in the intro.
Today I'll be talking about the emerging field of bionics. So what is bionics? Bionics is this glorious integration of biology or interaction between biology and design. It's a two-way arrow. So often in bionics, we ask the question, how does the human body work? We extract scientific principles and they inform the design of, for example, exoskeletons or prostheses or various interventions. And sometimes design informs biology. Sometimes we actually redesign the biological body for improved function. So how did I get into the business of bionics? In 1982, I was in a mountain climbing accident and suffered frostbite below the knee. And both of my legs had to be amputated due to tissue damage from frostbite around March timeframe of 1982. So I woke up one day with a very different body, and I asked, "What's next?" And as a young man, I dreamed of returning to my chosen sport of mountain climbing. I was successful in doing that. And what I was able to do is adapt my prostheses to various extreme environments. So here you see me at a very, very tall stature, able to reach hand and foot holds that most human beings are not able to reach. I also developed various fixtures and prosthetic feet that would enable me to stand on small rock edges the width of a coin, feet that would penetrate ice surfaces, and so on. So as a young man, through this innovative process, I was actually able to climb at a more advanced level with artificial limbs than I had ever achieved before the accident with normal biological limbs. And this was very inspiring to me because I realized the power of technology to heal, rehabilitate, and in my own case, actually extend human capability, human physiological function beyond innate capacities. Today, I'm an MIT professor in this scientific and technological journey. This is an image of the legs that I'm wearing. Each leg has 3 small computers, the size of your thumbnail. Each leg has 12 sensors and a muscle tendon-like actuators, and they allow me to walk at normal levels of biomechanical function in terms of stiffness and positions and powers. Today, I'm part of a Center for Bionics at MIT with my various colleagues. In my lectures and comments today, I'll talk about some of the work we're doing at the center. So we're actually integrating various diverse fields, genetics, tissue engineering, robotics, machine learning, and so on, to create new bodies. One of the area of interest is paralysis. So here you see a wheelchair on the left and a lady on the right who has a spinal cord injury, who has what's called an exoskeleton that has various motors that are computer controlled that move her impaired limbs. Our vision of the future is that the technology for the treatment of something like spinal cord injury will go onto the body and even inside the body and will become, in fact, small and invisible. So we envision what we call a digital nervous system architecture. Here, sensors will be put inside the muscle to measure muscle length and speed, kind of an artificial proprioception. These data will go to a computer that sits on the surface of the skin that informs optical stimulations of muscle to restore natural movements. So you can imagine a series of electronic buttons that communicate through the skin to wiring the various nerves and muscles that orchestrate what we now, the field is now understanding more deeply of how motor control works. For example, how walking works across smooth and irregular terrain surfaces. So basically on computer chip, we would orchestrate the fundamental reflexes of walking, for example, and be enabled to restore natural movements in the person that suffered a spinal cord injury. So how will we do that? There's various components. One component is optogenetics. So in optogenetics, the technique is to using a viral vector to deliver a light-sensitive protein to a nerve that innervates a muscle. So here you see in histology, the red markings indicate the light-sensitive protein. Here you see an animal where the protein has been expressed, the opsin has been expressed in the nerves that innervate the ankle flexor and extensor. And by shining light on the surface of the skin, we're able to control the joint or the muscles that actuate that joint with very high fidelity. So there's just noting there's nothing inside this animal. There's no implant. So by shining light on the skin, there's enough light that gets to the nerve that we can activate the muscles and control the joint. Now, obviously, in action or human applications, we would have some implants inside the body to close the loop, if you will, to restore movement. So what are the sensors that we would have inside the body? So we envision using what we call magnetomicrometry as a feedback signal for artificial muscle stimulation. So magnetomicrometry, there's small magnetic beads coated in biocompatible materials, and then an electronic board of magnetic sensors that detect the positions of those beads in space. Our algorithms are so sophisticated that we can even compensate for disturbances of the magnetic field caused by large metal objects, such as a wrench. So what we are planning to do here is inject these sensors into muscles and then apply engineering control strategies to restore desired positions and stiffnesses and joint torques, actually using the muscles of the body instead of external motors, such as in the case of an exoskeleton. So here we do a position control in the limb of the animal. So we have a desired change in position, and we can track that position by modulating the light that innervates the muscle. So here's an animation summarizing our vision. So here's a gentleman with a spinal cord injury that has paralysis. So we would essentially wire up the leg. There'd be sensors again inside the muscles. So here you see we would put the magnetic beads into the various muscles and then feed back those signals to a computer, and then the computer would modulate optical signals delivered to nerve cuffs to restore movement, such as walking. So here you see the full wiring and the feedback control designated by the moving lights of the wiring. So this is our view of where tech will go. We'll go for these bulky, often heavy exoskeletons to something that's integrated into human physiology. So next I'll talk about amputation, our work in amputation. So there's been a lot of work over the decades in making computer-controlled artificial limbs, such as I wear, the limbs that I described at the beginning of my lecture. These limbs allow persons with bilateral amputations, such as myself, to run up a rocky path. But so far, the bionic limbs, bionic legs do not integrate seamlessly with the nervous system. So that is our goal, and we think it's critical to actually change or redesign how limbs are amputated. There's not been a lot of innovation in limb amputation for a very long time. So to verify that, you see on the left, 1860, this is an anatomical surgical textbook around the US Civil War era, describing how limbs should be amputated at below knee level. And on the right is a modern Netter textbook describing largely the same technique. So across such a vast span of time, there really hasn't been a fundamental change to standard clinical methods for limb amputation. Unfortunately, my limbs were amputated in 1982, as I stated, and I received this US Civil War era surgical technology. So what is that approach? So the conventional approach stitches down muscles at constant length. So when muscles fire, there's not an interaction between agonist and antagonist muscles, which inform the central brain on the position and loads on joints. So because of that, when my feet feel like they're fixed in space, and when I'm blindfolded, I have no idea where my feet are in space because I lack proprioception. So at MIT, we invented what we call the agonist-antagonist myoneural interface, or AMI for short. So an AMI comprises two linked muscles, an agonist linked to an antagonist, where they're linked at the time of surgery. When the agonist is electrically activated, it mechanically stretches the antagonist, and that sends biological sensing outputs to the central nervous system, which largely inform proprioception, or the sense of where our joints are in space and the loads on our joints. So the idea is in the residual limb to create these muscle pairs for each robotic degree of freedom on the prosthesis for which we want to develop a controller. So the idea is when a person thinks about moving their phantom limb, these small AMI muscles dynamically move, and we sense those movements with sensors, and then that informs in a master-slave control how the bionic limb is controlled. When those muscles move, the biological sensors within the muscles and tendons inform the brain as to the position of the AMI muscles, and therefore the position of the external prosthesis, giving the person a natural sense of positions and loads. So we developed this scientifically at MIT, and at a certain point in our work, we felt confident to translate the technology into human use. My friend Jim Ewing, who is shown here, Jim and I have known each other for about 30 years. We have climbed together since we were young men. Jim was in a tragic climbing accident. He fell 50 feet and his rope failed to catch him, and he hit a very rocky ground surface. He broke many bones in his body. One leg in particular was so damaged that even after surgeries and rehabilitation, he still could not walk without excruciating pain. And he came to me crying and said, I'm thinking I would be better off if my limb were amputated. His timing was immaculate because we had just invented and preclinically evaluated the AMI amputation procedure. So my colleague, Dr. Matthew Cardia, a fantastic plastic surgeon at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, performed this first AMI procedure on Jim, our first human patient. And this animation describes what was done. So what are called synovial canals were repositioned on the tibia to create channels or pulleys to route the tendons to create two AMIs, one AMI for the bionic ankle joint and a second for the bionic subtalar joint for inversion eversion control. So a hypothesis is after the surgery, Jim would be able to move and feel his bionic limb even when blindfolded. So here's Jim after the surgery. The black boxes are measuring his muscle electrical activations as are plotted on the right for each of the AMI muscles. He's moving his intact limb to communicate to us, the viewers, how he's moving his phantom limb. So what I want to underscore here is that the electrical signals to his muscles shown on the right have distinct patterns. You can easily see the differences between the muscles. And these signals are natural for swiveling the foot ankle, as is shown in the intact limb. When I do this exercise and I move my phantom limb, and if we look at my electrical signals to these muscles, they're all jumbled and you really can't see a difference between the muscles. But with Jim, there's a great deal of differentiation. We then hooked a bionic limb to his residuum and putting electrodes adjacent each muscle and developing a controller, Jim was able to mirror what he's doing on his unaffected side with the bionic movements on his affected side. So here, in inversion and eversion and toes up, toes down, and so on. So that was pretty cool. But then Jim stood up, and what we saw was truly remarkable. So Jim stood up and started to go up and down slopes and steps. And what we witnessed that day was natural biomechanics mediated through his electromechanical bionic limb. So without Jim actually consciously trying to move the bionic limb moved in completely natural ways. So all of these subtle movements are involuntary. So we think because Jim's brain is receiving the proprioceptive information, Jim's brain knows exactly how to control his affected limb, even though the limb is made of titanium and aluminum and artificial materials. So here he's walking down and the bionic toe reaches to the next stair tread for shock attenuation. Again, from a different view. Again, Jim is not trying to do this. It's just completely natural, just like a person with intact limbs walking down steps. The legs do very complex movements that are involuntary. Jim also did very interesting things. Like during the session, he got a roll of electrical tape stuck to his bionic sneaker. And instead of reaching down awkwardly to remove the tape, he shook it off, as would be completely natural with a person with intact limbs. And when Jim sat down at the end of the session, he's a friend of mine, so we're chit-chatting about his family and so on. And he began naturally gesturing with his bionic limb, as if it was a natural limb. Remarkable. So here's where we ultimately want to go. We want to marry the magnetomicrometry with the AMI amputation. And this animation describes that marriage of these two technologies. So with the AMI musculature, we'll implant these small magnetic beads, and then with the magnetometer electronic board on the outside socket, we'll be able to measure the length and speed of each AMI muscle and then communicate that to the robot in a master-slave relationship. So we think this merging of these technologies will enable incredible things like a person to stand on one leg and balance. We also want to apply this to the upper extremity. So here we'll create the AMI muscle constructs and implant the magnets. And then we believe we can have a very nuanced control of a bionic hand, even single-digit control at very fast speeds. So I'll finish up with neurological embodiment. So what we're marching towards is to connect the brain to electromechanics, to artificial computation, and artificial computation back into the brain. So this bidirectionality is what we seek, which I would describe as cyborg function. When we do that, what we're discovering is the person, when we bidirectionally link their nervous system to the prosthesis, they have a different relationship with the robot. They say things like, the robot became part of me, as if they have become embodied with the robot.
Really, literally within minutes of having it all connected, it starts becoming part of me.
So here again, we think this explains Jim just automatically, without thinking, moving his foot ankle to get the tape off his bionic sneaker. And it explains how he can just naturally gesture when he sits. There's an actual neurological embodiment with the bionics, which is very, very profound. So we decided to look into this. We did fMRI imaging of persons with intact limbs compared to persons with the AMI amputation, and furthermore, compared to persons with a traditional amputation. What we discovered in the part of the brain where you typically see proprioceptive activity for the foot-ankle complex, we don't see a difference in proprioceptive activity between a person with completely intact limbs and a person with the AMI amputation. It's as if the person with AMI amputation and the bionic limb the brain doesn't even realize the limb is missing, that the limb is synthetic. In distinction, persons with a standard amputation, such as I have, the level of proprioceptive activity is very different in the central brain. So I'll finish up with back to my friend Jim Ewing. Like myself, after Jim's climbing accident, he dreamed of climbing again. So we built him a cyborg limb, a specialized rock climbing limb for the vertical world that would be fully controlled by Jim's nervous system. And then Jim returned to the area where his accident occurred, the Cayman Islands. And we went with him for his triumphant return to climbing. And we took this footage, which is utterly inspiring and wonderful. Thank you, No Barriers community, for your attention, and thank you for listening. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Hugh. It's absolutely amazing to see what technology can and is doing. I can't wait to see what else the future holds. Speaking of technology, another incredible innovation is the newest RV that Winnebago has been working on. Winnebago is our equity and adventure in the outdoors sponsor and has been creating accessible vehicles for years. Regardless of ability level, they want people to get out and enjoy the outdoors.
In what we love and what we do. We are a family of brands with rich legacies that are as unique as our customers, but unified in how we work. We promise quality, delivered by empowered, passionate employees. We're part of a team caring for customers through a lifetime of experiences with us, and we purposely innovate to delight customers with new ways to travel, live, work, and play. We're dreamers, doers, and outdoor lovers who connect people more closely to the outdoors and each other.
Love that video. I love being in nature and going on outdoor adventures. I just got back from a 2-month trip in my RV with my family all around the US. After the year that we've had, nature is truly healing, and it's great being able to get out and adventure. Have you been able to travel this year, even locally? Drop your travel adventure locations in the chat. We want to see where all of our community members have been this year. If you haven't been able to get out, where would you like to go? Let us know. If you're still thinking about your pledge, maybe it could be to get out and travel more. Making your pledge online can help you accomplish that goal. Don't forget that when you make your No Barriers pledge online, we'll send you a virtual No Barriers flag that you can use as a reminder, continue to reach that pledge. And you'll also be entered to win one of 40 Airbnb coupons worth $500. That'll help get you moving. Huge thanks to Airbnb for being such a great member of our Rogue team.
Growing up, I had a serious love for music. And when I went to college, that's when I started really having problems with my hearing. And because of a connective tissue disorder that I have, I lost all of my residual hearing in 9 months and was dropped from the music program. And I lost myself in that. I felt like I'd fallen down a dark well and nothing really felt real anymore. I realized in so many different ways that I have two choices. I can stay here forever, or I can figure out a way to take one painful step at a time to the possibility of something different. The reality of life is that you will hit a wall. You will struggle. And the choices that you make in that struggle are so important. The people who you surround yourself by are so important. I had so many people who've pushed me along the way who have refused to give up on me and to see for yourself that within you is stronger than what's in your way. And if you allow that mentality to sink in, it will change your life.
This time I'm gonna make it. I'm not the same kid I used to be.
When things tend to happen that are outside of our control, we tend to go to the place of like, we've lost everything. We don't have anything. And the one thing I've always said, and I've learned through my own experiences in life, is you still have one thing, and that one thing is the choice. But how do you respond? Like, it's on you. At some point, you got to stop blaming the outside world. At some point, you got to stop pointing the finger at everyone else. And you got to look at yourself and say, what am I doing or what am I not doing? Because there's this space in between when the challenge happens and ultimately the outcome. There's a space, and the outcome is determined by what happens within this space. That's determined by you. This is a ritual. This is a routine. This is a mindset that every single day when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, okay, I probably slept bad last night. I probably am waking up worried about what happened yesterday or how it's going to, spill over into the day and tomorrow possibly. Forget all that. Right now in this moment, I'm going to prepare my mind. I'm going to strengthen it. I'm going to kind of put some armor around it and just prepare it for whatever this day is going to be. But it's going to start with me simply just saying to myself, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be in control. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to have faith. I'm going to believe. Like, that's literally the things that I say to myself.
Next up, we have more tools that we can use to craft and accomplish our pledge. Our next session is all about alchemy. Being an alchemist is about turning the lead of life into gold. It's about approaching life's challenges with a mentality of hope and optimism. You're going to hear from some amazing speakers. Our very own No Bearers Director of Education, Andrea Delory, will lead us through this session on how to be an alchemist. We'll also be hearing from our No Bearers Ambassador, J.R. Martinez, as well as activist and entrepreneur Maya Penn. They're going to teach us how to be an alchemist like Hugh Herr, or to start to think in new perspectives like many of our sponsors that are creating these accessible innovations like Winnebago's RV. And with that, let's kick it over to Andrea.
Welcome to the Harnessing Your Inner Alchemist No Barriers Life session here at the No Barriers Summit. We're all so excited to have you be part of the session today. I'm Andrea Delory, the Director of Education at No Barriers, and I'll be your facilitator for your journey to harness your inner alchemist over the next hour or so. Throughout this session, you'll get to hear stories that show you what real-world alchemy looks like in action. You'll meet Army veteran and burn survivor J.R. Martinez, who is a best-selling author, actor, and Dancing with the Stars Season 13 winner, You'll also hear from Maya Penn, an amazing young woman who is an entrepreneur and TED speaker who brings ideas to life through her award-winning sustainable fashion company. Through their stories of alchemy, you'll be inspired to harness your own inner alchemist, and you'll get the opportunity to do that through a guided activity. We'll also take some time to think about your No Barriers pledge and how the skills of an alchemist can support you to fulfill that pledge. If you have not created a pledge yet, no worries. You'll get the information you need to develop one. And in this session, you will also have some opportunities to share your thoughts and connect with other participants in the No Barriers community as we utilize the Q&A function for some authentic conversation. So get ready to be inspired, connect with others, and take action as you turn some lead into gold during our alchemy journey together. To get started, I want to give you some context about the No Barriers Life. In case you're not familiar with what this is, the No Barriers Life is a framework made up of 7 elements for breaking through barriers and living a purpose-driven life. This framework comes from decades of No Barriers running programs that push people to explore their own sense of purpose and help them to harness adversity in their own lives and the world into a positive force. Each of the 7 elements focuses on specific strategies and tools that help people to live a No Barriers life. If you want to learn more about the full framework, check out our book called What's Within You, along with the many resources and programs highlighted on our website, nobarriersusa.org. In this session, we're diving into the element called alchemy, which is grounded in having the right mindset to work through challenges and even to harness adversity into something positive. You may know that in ancient times, alchemy was the process of trying to turn base metals into gold. Today, the metaphor of alchemy is about turning lead into gold, and we think of that as a magical process of transformation. Here at No Barriers, we see alchemy as the ability to have hope and optimism in the face of adversity and to have the mindset to keep moving forward. When we're able to do that, it can definitely feel magical, but at the same time, it's not some mysterious state of being that only others seem able to achieve. There are things each of us can do to tap into the alchemist within ourselves and to practice alchemy. Have you ever felt like your brain just has this tendency to go straight to the negative? That's not just your imagination, and it's not just you. Humans do have a tendency to default to the negatives, which is likely developed as a way of trying to keep ourselves safe. But just as a runner trains their muscles by getting out and hitting the pavement day after day, or just as a musician practices the same piece over and over in order to master it, we can train our brains to look at each adversity as an opportunity and to approach it with optimism, hope, and positivity. It just takes intention and practice. And what makes it worth putting in the time and effort to do that? For starters, practicing alchemy can have a profound impact on your health and happiness. Shawn Achor, author of The Happiness Advantage, tells us that when we are positive, our brains become more engaged, creative, motivated, energetic, resilient, and productive. This discovery has been repeatedly supported by research in psychology and neuroscience, management studies, and the bottom lines of organizations around the world. The benefits of making the choice to be positive are many, and they will be tremendously helpful in your efforts to overcome adversity in your life. As we move through the rest of our session, think of alchemy as the process of turning challenges into opportunities to grow, and how you think about the challenges in your life. Pay attention to this idea of cultivating a spirit of optimism and positivity despite the adversities that we must confront, and notice the magical transformation that can take place. Before we meet our first speaker, let's pause to reflect on this idea of alchemy and to connect with others who are part of this session. Let's take a moment to explore the alchemy that you already have inside of you, because all of you do already have an inner alchemist. This session is just going to open that up even more. I'm going to present you with a prompt, and then we're going to utilize the Q&A function of our platform for you to share your answers to the prompt. To use the Q&A function, type in the box on the side of your screen. Your question to answer in the Q&A is this: what is one strategy you already use or are aware of for being able to approach challenges with a positive mindset? Take about 1 minute to type your answer in the Q&A and read what others share as well. Thanks so much for sharing. Now let's keep building on those strategies by hearing from our first speaker. I'm so thrilled to introduce you to a very special No Barriers ambassador, J.R. Martinez. J.R. is an Army veteran, burn survivor, actor, motivational speaker, New York Times bestselling author, and Dancing with the Stars season 13 winner. J.R. travels the world spreading his message of resilience and optimism and does it all with a smile. J.R. has spoken numerous times to the No Barriers community, and his story is featured in the Alchemy chapter of the book, What's Within You. Take it away, J.R.
Buenas. Mira, vamos a hablar de la palabra alquimia. No le voy a mentir que en verdad yo no sabía qué significaba la palabra alquimia hasta 2014, 2015. Un día alguien me dijo a mí, tu vida de verdad es la definición de alquimia. Yo dije, pues, ¿qué significa eso? Cuando me lo explicaron, yo dije, ahora sí puedo entender que sí, en verdad, hay formas de mi vida que de verdad representan esa palabra. La idea que yo pude tomar algo que tan negativo, algo tan dramático que me pasó en mi vida a la edad de 19 años y luego cambiarlo y buscar lo rico, curar esa forma de enfermedad que había en mi vida, de pensamiento, de forma de pensar que mi vida siempre va a ser de esta forma, siempre solamente mi vida no va a poder ser esto, no va a poder ser el otro, yo siempre voy a estar aquí, yo siempre voy a estar así. Y cambiar la forma de pensar y decir, ¿sabes qué? No, hay otra forma de hacer las cosas. Y que yo tomé el control de mi propia vida y dije, no. Cuando el día que ya Dios decide que yo no voy a estar en este mundo, y cuando ellos levanten el libro de mi vida y miran el libro de mi vida, ¿qué van a leer ellos? ¿Qué quiero yo que lean? Cuando piensan de mi vida, cuando miren que lo que yo hice con mi vida, van a siempre decir lo que le pasó a los 19 años a él, nunca se recuperó. No solamente físicamente, pero mentalmente, emocionalmente. No. Yo quiero que digan, él buscó la forma de salir, de sobrevivir, de verdad buscar la forma de vivir la vida. Porque todos estamos vivos, todos estamos vivos. Si estás mirando esto ahorita, si estás escuchando esto, estás vivo. Yo también estoy vivo, pero no quiere decir que estamos viviendo. Hay la diferencia de las dos. Entonces, para mí, para llegar hasta el punto de mi vida que yo puedo decir que tengo la alquimia, que yo vivo mi vida en esa forma, es simplemente porque, mira, yo sé que tengo cicatrices en mi cuerpo. Eso no lo puedo negar. Eso no lo puedo esconder cuando estoy en el público. Aunque en estos tiempos uno tiene que buscar la máscara. Yo a veces voy a la tienda, me pongo una cachucha, me pongo los lentes, me pongo la máscara y yo pienso, nadie me va a reconocer. Y de repente estoy ahí comprando algo y alguien llega, un vecino, un amigo, no sé quién, y llega, hey, J.R., what's up? ¿Cómo sabían que era yo? Yo pensaba que estaba bien cubierto, nadie se iba a dar cuenta. El punto es que yo no me puedo esconder. Pero por mucho tiempo de mi vida, o sea, el principio, cuando me estaba recuperando de lo que me pasó en Irak, yo trataba de esconder. Yo trataba de buscar la forma de que gente no me miraba en las cicatrices. No me miran las cicatrices. En vez, escuchen lo que estoy diciendo. En vez, ríen porque estoy diciendo algo, porque siempre estoy bromeando. Estoy diciendo algo de esa forma. Y la verdad, cuando mi vida cambió, es cuando yo dije, ¿sabes qué? No tengo que correr, no tengo que esconder. Yo tengo que enseñar quién soy yo en verdad. Tengo que quitarme la máscara. Debo de enseñarle a la gente. Este es quién soy yo. Y si hay una persona que posiblemente no le caiga bien, bueno, que Dios te cuida, pero que estés allá y yo voy a estar acá. Para mí llegó el punto en mi vida que yo dije, ¿sabes qué? Yo no estoy encargado para controlar la demás gente, cómo van a reaccionar a mí. Yo simplemente estoy encargado de lo que yo puedo controlar. Y yo yo sé que mucha gente, y yo incluido a veces, me quedo tratando de controlar a la demás gente, que por favor reaccionen a mí de esta forma. Yo quiero que por favor, no me miren en esa forma. Pero desafortunadamente lo que estoy haciendo es perdiendo mí mismo. Entonces lo que tuve que al fin llegar al punto es decir, ¿sabes qué? Yo estoy cansado de siempre estar buscando la forma de complacer a la demás gente. Yo tengo que buscar la forma de complacerme a mí mismo. Y si yo puedo hacer eso, pues mira, las demás cosas, Dios va a decidir y la vida va a decir, ¿sabes qué? Te vamos a dar, o sea, un premio porque estás viviendo la vida como se debe de vivir. Estamos hablando de alquimia, ¿verdad? Porque muchas veces nosotros nos quedamos pensando que ¿cómo la demás gente? ¿Por qué la demás gente? ¿Por qué no ellos no me ayudan? ¿Por qué me pasó esto a mí? El pensamiento mío fue, mira, lo que me pasó, pasó. Lo que pasó, pasó. Es una canción que cantaba Daddy Yankee hace unos años. Pero lo que pasó, pasó. No somos como somos, esa es una historia. Eso es algo que tenemos que estar tan orgullosos de la experiencia que tuvimos. Tenemos que tomar control. Yo lo que hice, en vez de estar cada vez pensando en ese día que en verdad me cambió la vida, el 5 de abril 2003, me cambió la vida a los 19 años. Pero en vez de estar pensando en ese día y hablando siempre de lo que me pasó, hablando siempre del dolor, que la experiencia que tuve en ese momento, no. Yo en vez digo, ¿sabes qué? Yo le voy a quitar el control, yo le voy a quitar el poder de ese día, de esa experiencia, y yo voy a hacer que voy a decidir cómo se va a acabar este libro. Yo estoy aquí para decirles a ustedes, más para ser un ejemplo, porque soy uno de los millones de ejemplos que hay en este mundo de gente que están viviendo su vida igualmente que la mía. Yo he tenido la oportunidad de estar en la televisión, de estar en Bailando con las Estrellas, estar en las novelas, estar en otros programas, actuando, dando charlas por todo el mundo. Tengo un podcast también, tengo la oportunidad de hacer tantas cosas, hablar con gente que yo nunca pensé. Yo me acuerdo la primera vez que yo recibí una llamada y me preguntaron que si yo estaba dispuesto a ir y hablar, hacer una entrevista en Telemundo. Ay, Dios mío, Telemundo. Y luego después me invitaron que fuera a Univisión. Ay, Dios mío, Univisión. Yo nunca pensé que un joven creciendo siempre mirando Univisión y entre medio de los programas ponían una persona y una persona que esta persona posiblemente juega deportes, es una persona de política o una persona en cualquier comunidad haciendo muchas cosas buenas y decían, esa persona es un orgullo hispano. Y yo me acuerdo que un joven, yo siempre le decía a mi mamá, yo un día quiero ser un orgullo hispano. A 2 años después, me dijo mi mamá, lo eres. Me acuerdo cuando me llamó Don Francisco. No sé si ustedes reconocen quién es Don Francisco, pero Don Francisco me llamó, que él tenía su programa y me quería hacer una entrevista. Y yo fui a Don Francisco a sentarme enfrente de él, a hablar con él. Le di un abrazo grande. Pero mi vida nunca hubiera llegado a ese punto si yo no hubiera tomado control de ese día cuando me pasó el accidente y tomar la decisión cada día, porque todavía hasta este momento yo cada día tengo que tomar la decisión que ahora yo estoy en control de este día. Mañana me preocupo por mañana. Pero por ahorita, en este momento, yo tengo control de este momento. Yo no voy a dejar que una persona que posiblemente me están mirando de una forma porque nunca han visto a alguien como mí en la tienda. Yo tengo niños. Yo tengo una hija que tiene 9 años. Tengo un bebé que apenas ha nacido en el 2 de agosto de 2021. Pero yo con Con los amigos de mi hija, yo siempre estoy alrededor de ellos. Ellos me quedan mirando. No me voy a esconder. No me voy a esconder. Yo soy quien soy. Yo siempre voy a enseñar mis cicatrices. Yo estoy orgulloso de la experiencia que yo tuve. Porque en estas cicatrices, posiblemente otras personas miren cualquier cosa. Para mí lo que yo veo es fuerza, es fortaleza, es positivo. Eso es lo que la definición que yo miro yo. Y la verdad, aunque yo no los conozca a ustedes, si yo un día tengo la oportunidad de mirarnos y conocernos en persona, le voy a decir que eso es lo mismo que veo en ustedes, en las experiencias que ustedes han tenido. Entonces les pido, aunque estamos aquí sin barreras y hablando de las 7 diferentes formas de la vida, ¿verdad? De visión, de reach, de pioneer, de road team, summit, elevar, alquimia. Hay que ser alquimia. Nosotros, cada uno de nosotros tenemos ese poder. Para que así cuando leen tu libro, pueden ver tu historia y arriba de eso decir la palabra alquimia. Porque es importante tomar la experiencia que la vida nos ha dado y buscar lo positivo en eso. Yo soy un ejemplo. Y yo sé que ustedes también son ejemplos. Y espero el día que nos podamos encontrar en persona, conocer en persona, darnos un abrazo en persona y hablar de nuestras historias, del orgullo que tenemos en nuestras cicatrices, en nuestras experiencias y para aprender de uno de nosotros. Les doy gracias por escuchar este mensaje. Bendiciones a todos. Se cuidan y espero el día que nos podemos encontrar en persona. Hasta luego.
Thank you so very much, JR, for being here to share your story and to talk about alchemy in your life. You are such an extraordinary example of someone who has discovered your inner alchemist and harnessed adversity into a positive force. So now it's your turn. This is the part of our session where you get to practice a specific way of being an alchemist. And the strategy I'm going to guide you through today is the art of reframing. We talked earlier about the human tendency to go negative. So when we land on a negative perception of a situation, what can we do to enter a more positive mindset? Reframing is a process that will help you exercise your alchemy muscle as you take 5 specific steps to analyze a situation that seems to be only negative or a daunting challenge. As we move through this activity, if you are the kind of person who processes by writing or drawing, you may find it helpful to have some paper and a writing utensil nearby. For those of you I just described, let's pause for a moment to let folks grab what they need. To start this process, I'm going to ask you to think of a situation that feels very negative to you or that is a huge challenge. You can choose a situation that is big or small, personal or global, related to work or school or family or whatever you would like to focus on. What's most important is that you choose a situation that has meaning for you and that is ongoing in some way, even if what's ongoing is the impact the situation is having on you. I'm going to pause now for 20 seconds for you to identify the situation you want to focus on. Now that you've selected your negative situation, really sit in that situation by visualizing it. Start by taking a deep breath with me. And start picturing the situation. What's it all about? What are the facts? What feelings do you have? If it's helpful to you, write some words that emerge when you think about this situation, or draw a visual representation, or simply close your eyes and picture the situation. I'm going to pause again for 20 seconds of silence for you to have the space to visualize. Whatever you visualized about the situation, our first official step is to take a step back. Or rather than stepping back, think of it as flying up above. Try to get at the 30,000 foot perspective. Look down from far above. Does creating some distance allow you to see any aspect of the situation differently? Or are there barriers in the way? Are you making any assumptions that may or may not be accurate? Do you have any deeply held beliefs that might be preventing you from seeing a different perspective? Take a few moments to think about what barriers exist that are preventing you from seeing a broader perspective. Our second step is to look at where you want to go. First, think about this broadly, beyond the negative situation. If you participated in the vision session, it may be helpful to consider what's at the core of your vision. Think about what you really value in life, what brings you joy, and who you strive to be. Connect right now to that centered, values-driven, joyful, best version of yourself. And then answer this question: where do you want to go in this situation? You may answer this question by identifying a really specific outcome of the situation, or you may identify some way that you want to be in the situation. Either way, picture where you want to go. The third step of reframing is to identify your choices. Think of this as choices for how to see the situation. Move to a different vantage point. Look at the negative situation in a different way. Is there a challenge that may also hold opportunity? Is there a weakness that has a strength within it? Is there a perception that may be a misunderstanding? What are your choices for seeing the situation differently? Take a few moments to think about what those choices may be. Our next step is to choose how you want to respond. Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who described the search for a life of meaning as the central human motivational force, has a famous quote that says, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." So now you've got your negative situation or daunting challenge. You've got some different ways of looking at it, and you've got where you want to go with this situation. What choice do you need to make to get there? And yes, in any situation, there are very likely forces out of your control. So stay focused on what you can control and choose your response, the one that puts you on a path to growth and freedom. And finally, the fifth part of our process is to laugh a little and step into the new frame. Never underestimate the power of humor to help you move through a challenge into a more positive outlook. So now you've been guided through the 5 steps of the art of reframing, a way to take a negative situation or daunting challenge, see it through different lenses, and then choose to step into a new frame that is anchored in where you want to go. Before we hear from our second guest, let's connect again through a poll. Your question is, which step of reframing do you anticipate will be most challenging for you? A, take a step back. B, look at where you want to go. C, identify your choices. D, choose how you want to respond. Or E, laugh a little and step into the new frame. Now we have a very special guest to introduce to you, Miss Maya Penn. This 21-year-old phenom is the award-winning founder and CEO of eco-fashion brand Maya's Ideas. She's also a sustainability consultant, TED speaker, artist, global activist, animator, filmmaker, social entrepreneur, coder, and Simon & Schuster author.
So hi, my name is Maya Penn. I hope everyone has been really enjoying the incredible No Barriers Summit, all the amazing sessions. There's so much more awesome stuff to come. And I'm so excited to share my story. So I am a 21-year-old environmental activist. I'm also an entrepreneur, an artist, a filmmaker, and author as well. And I really feel like for me, alchemy has been at the core of a lot of my journey. I started doing all of this work in 2008 when I was just 8 years old. I grew up as a kid who has always been super passionate about making a difference in the world and spreading positivity and really trying to make a tangible impact on some of the topics that really impact so many people, not only around the world, but also within my own communities. Some of my earliest memories are of me and my parents donating canned goods and clothing to food banks and homeless shelters. And I've always known from a very early age the power of giving back and the power we have as individuals, not only on the world, but also within our world, within our own unique and individual communities. And so I decided to tackle sustainability because this is something that had always been really close to my heart. I had always been extremely passionate about the natural world. I was this really nerdy kid who was always sharing facts about like endangered species of animals and just really speaking to how incredible and important it is to protect the Mother Earth. And so I started getting into fashion design and I started getting really curious about the impacts that fashion had on our environment. So I started doing my own research and I discovered that the fashion industry contributes over 1 billion tons of CO2 per year and among a plethora of harmful impacts that it has on the environment. And so I knew at 8 years old, and sustainable fashion was nowhere near becoming a mainstream topic like it's starting to be. I knew that I wanted to do something to really put this topic more into the forefront and also provide a more sustainable alternative for consumers. So I started my own sustainable fashion company called Maya's Ideas in 2008. And I was wearing every hat imaginable. I was designing the products and making them. I was just using scrap fabric and old clothes from around the house. And then I was also uploading the pictures. I was even coding my own website. I taught myself HTML when I was 10 years old so I could build my first website for Maya's Ideas. I was doing the pricing. I was doing the customer service, really, you name it. And I didn't start with any sort of funding or anything like that. I just had the creativity and just really tried to do what I could through trial and error. And through my journey, I really was focusing in on both environmental and social activism, really speaking up about how we can make a change to make a greener and more equitable world. And throughout my journey, my company became a globally known brand, but also I started my own nonprofit organization called Maya's Ideas for the Planet, where I started really focusing in on making a difference for communities both here in the US and also Haiti, Senegal, Somalia, and Cameroon. And I also had opportunities to utilize my passion of animation as well in really major ways. In fact, during 2016 in the Obama administration, I was actually commissioned to animate the opening of the first ever digital report presented to Congress. And this was to get an American Museum of Women's History built in Washington. And as of 2021, that legislation has now been passed through the Senate. So that's something that's really exciting. For what I personally learned is that throughout all of this, what's really kept me going and what's really made my work the most impactful has been the power of alchemy, specifically the power of optimism. And No Barriers defines alchemy as harnessing life experience into optimism. A lot of topics that I have tackled throughout my journey have been ones that admittedly are really scary. And whether we think about the climate crisis or thinking about gender or racial equality or any of the number of plethora of issues that are facing our world, these are some that I've been trying to actively tackle in every way that I can from a really young age. And that has been pretty difficult because I do have moments where I feel like, am I really having enough of an impact? You know, especially being so young. World. It is actually the goal of oppressive systems to make us feel hopeless, to make us feel tired, drained, exhausted, or like we can't make a difference, that we'll never get to a better future. And when you really think about that, that says that joy and optimism are actually acts of rebellion, that really believing in yourself, believing in the power of your community, believing in the power of the good that's in the world and that collective action is really your most powerful weapon. That is your most powerful superpower, is to know that we can make a difference. And so I have taken all of these topics that have been really big, and I really focus in on demystifying them by making it feel accessible to people of all generations, you know, really encouraging intergenerational collaboration around, hey, we can do this. Whatever it is that's, you know, scaring you, that's making you feel like you can't, or you're, you know, you don't have the power, you do have the power because you believe that collective action can make a difference. And it is that is the biggest example for me of alchemy that I share with all people. I always say that you may feel like you're just a drop in the ocean, but every single drop has a ripple effect. No action you take exists in a vacuum, even the little ones. So continue to know the power of your actions, small and big, and continue to know the power of optimism within alchemy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maya, for sharing with us how you have tapped into your inner alchemist to bring your ideas to life and do good in the world. Speaking of taking positive action, in this final section of our session, we're going to turn our attention to the No Barriers Pledge, a commitment to take positive action in your life and in the world. When you registered for the summit, As part of your registration, you were prompted to create your own No Barriers pledge. In case you missed this, pledges are part of No Barriers traditions and this summit. A pledge is your commitment to your continued progress toward your vision by identifying one goal that you can achieve in the next 2 to 3 months. If you already submitted a pledge to No Barriers, thank you. We hope the summit is inspiring you and giving you strategies and tools to be able to complete your pledge. If you did not already create and submit a pledge, then it's not too late. Use your summit experience to create a pledge that is meaningful to you. Then go to our breakout room to submit your pledge so we can see what you're up to. After you share your pledge, we'll send you a virtual No Barriers flag that you can print and write your pledge on so you can post it as a reminder to yourself. You'll also be entered to win one of 40 coupons worth $500 awarded by our partner and Rope Team member, Airbnb. Whether it shows up through your pledge or in your daily life or both, I hope this session gave you some inspiration and tools for living a No Barriers life. To help reinforce all that you experienced here and to connect with other participants, I have a final reflection question for you to answer in the Q&A. In addition to answering the question, be sure to read what others have to say. Your question is, what is the biggest takeaway about alchemy that you want to remember from this session? Thank you so much for being part of the Harnessing Your Inner Alchemist session. Remember that if you want to learn more about all 7 elements of the No Barriers life, you can get the book, What's Within You, and also check out all of our resources and program offerings at nobarriersusa.org. And as an immediate opportunity, be sure to join us at the next summit session, where you can explore the element of Rope Team and meet No Barriers ambassador and veteran Gretchen Evans, along with Paralympic wheelchair basketball player Matt Scott. See you there.
Wow, what an amazing session. Alchemy is something that I continue to struggle with. Being able to take in stride the unexpected punches that throw themselves at you is not easy. Choosing hope, optimism, and faith despite the tough moments in life, that's a bit like tricking your mind to believe in a future that doesn't exist. But without alchemy, the thousands of people we work with every year would never fulfill their pledges. You see, when you set an ambitious vision and start making pledges to reach that vision, you're literally inviting uncertainty, change, and difficulty into your life. Getting really good at alchemy will help you take the twists and turns in stride. A few reminders. There are lots of things to do within the virtual platform. Watching on social media, head over to nobarriers.live to sign up for free and get access to all of our sessions, as well as our breakout rooms where you can submit your pledge, network with other community members, visit our sponsor booths, and so much more. We're also offering the entire summit in Spanish this year with the platform. Make sure to check it out. Also, before we head over to our next performer, don't forget to make a gift to support our work at No Barriers. You can text NB Summit to 91999 and you'll be directed to our donations form. Thank you for your support.
Take me some time to tell my feet this thing. Here we go. From my window, I could see the tallest peaks in Colorado. This is the view I had my whole life. And I've always wanted to tackle these mountains. All I want to do is be outside, experiencing these things. Hello? Hey! Hey, buddy! Hey! Hey!
A few years back, I was the commencement speaker for the Colorado Mountain College. And after that graduation, Melissa came right up to me and we started talking. And you could just tell, I don't know, there's something about Melissa, I can't see her, but there's like a light inside of her that is just burning, and she wants to do so much with her life. And that talk, I think, partly just ignited her. Like, She had already graduated from college near the top of her class. And she's like, what does this life look like for me? And we just stayed in touch, and we've been friends ever since.
I'm excited, Eric.
You ready for this big adventure?
Yes. Left or right. There's a lot of beautiful aspen trees.
Right here?
Eric.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Which direction? To the right?
To the right. To the right. Yes, gold.
Oh, you want me to go right?
No, I'm seeing the trees.
I think there's been this sort of resistance, like, oh, you know, that person with a disability, you know, the outdoors is too rugged, it's too dangerous, too risky, you know, but I just find that total BS, because as the world progresses, you know, if you can build the right technologies for people to get into the outdoors, and then, hey, where technology fails, that's where you have your great team. So there's no reason why somebody with any kind of challenge can't push themselves in the outdoors. Ooh, it's a brisk wind. Leadville is a beautiful town. It's a great community, and Melissa loves this place. But it is challenging. Like, you know, it's just hostile. The weather's really cold and windy, and in the winter, it's really hard to get around, especially if you don't drive.
We don't have public transportation, so I can't get to the store by myself. The only transportation I have is my mom. Yep. My life is not easy. It's a struggle. I was born weighing in at 1 pound 15 ounces, which caused me to have cerebral palsy, which is I had severe muscle tightness in my entire body, particularly my legs.
Yeah, mountaineering is a slow burn.
They call it excessive moderation.
Slow burn the whole time. And so you have to help us. We'll be watching you.
Tomorrow is going to be a monumentally physical day for all of us, and especially for Melissa. We are going to go out to this peak. It's called Columbine. It's like a really steep, rugged Jeep road. And if we're feeling the spirit, we may go a little bit higher up to this 13,000 foot peak, or we may go left up to Columbine. Both are incredible accomplishments.
And I might be dreaming big right now, but you gotta dream big. Gotta tackle your goals. You've got me watching Rocky.
Wait, he got you watching the whole Rocky series?
Yeah, because I
Well,
did not.
she offended me at first. I was like, Rocky, she goes, how do I get ready? And I go, watch Rocky 1, 2, 3, and 4. And she's like, Rocky, I think my mom may know who Rocky is. I'm like, what?
I knew I didn't have the greatest strength in my body. So I knew I wanted to be independent, and that's when I started the gym.
Ready? Good. You got it.
And that's helping me with my strength for this climb.
Strong pull to your chest. Try to keep that number down. Okay. Get that back down to 330. You can do it. Good work.
Water, please.
All right.
Thank you.
There's no secret to this day. It's just like Melissa wants to climb high in her life. She wants to experience big things. She wants to have a family of people who support her and love her and, you know, lift each other up. It's all the things I think she desires, especially that feeling of connection, of people not underestimating her, but we'll support her as high as she wants to go. And we'll probably push her a little bit more than where she wants to go.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
The time is here.
Let's go.
You ready to do it?
Yeah.
Got your Rocky on, and you're gonna do really good today. Haven't seen Leadville this early in the morning for a while, huh?
I feel like I got up for a bike race or something.
I know, right? There's the big old mountains again.
And mountains are ready for me.
Oh, look at you. You already harnessed up.
Hello.
Ready to have an adventure?
Yes.
Go have one. Okay.
Awesome.
How's that?
Yeah.
Look at Jeff. He's like revving like a race car. Oh, I'm like a sled dog.
Do it. You're the team. You got it, girl.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Thanks, Mama.
Thanks, Cam.
Thanks, Mama.
We're off. We're here today because Melissa's fired up to climb a peak. And we have the team ready. Melissa's been training. She's got a Grit Freedom chair.
Oh, we're in like a corridor of aspen trees right now.
Really? Oh, I hear him.
The team that we've assembled is actually a really special team because every person on this rope team has had challenges. There's 3 blind people joining us, including me. We have a vet who was blown up and burned in Iraq. We have folks who have had anxiety and depression. So everybody on that support team has been there.
I hear the trees to our left here.
Real nice.
More open to the right, right?
A little bit of an incline to the right. Oh, God. Oh.
Whoa, he looked right in that. Oh, God.
I got
okay. We need the next team.
Team 2.
Next team.
This is not like this selfless act that people come here to be a part of this team. I'm totally selfish. I love being a part of this stuff.
That's Eric's fault. He
I know.
ran over me.
I was going.
Did the wheel go over you?
It's enhancing all of our lives. I think we're all looking for that connection in life. Experiences like this are the ticket.
Melissa,
What?
there's a surprise on the summit.
Huh?
Skylar's jogging down to Wild Bill's. She's bringing back ice cream and milkshakes for everybody.
I'm afraid of being judged, but I know these people don't judge me for who I am. They accept me.
Well, if we get to the summit, or no matter how high we get, I want her to be proud because that's her high point. That's her high point today. It doesn't mean it's her high point tomorrow. Tomorrow may be different. And I want her to have fulfillment, to feel fulfilled in her accomplishments and her potential.
This might even be just a touch too fast. Just, yeah.
Good? So real slow but persistent. You might need a little bit of compensation on the sides.
I wake up every single morning living the motto, what's within you is stronger than what's in your way. If something gets in my way, I find ways to overcome.
Little power, horsepower. All right.
Sometimes people like Melissa are really okay with being vulnerable and just keeping an open heart and not allowing it all to make you bitter.
Come on, let me help you. Super spinatus getting really tight. You know what I mean?
Yep. As soon as we started climbing up higher and higher, I got really tired and out of breath. And it was like fatigued, sore.
Take some deep breath.
Shake it off. We're good.
It's okay.
Okay, don't fret that. Don't fret that. That's okay.
Scary to me.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Totally scary. Absolutely.
And even if you had thrown up, you know you're among friends.
Yeah.
I've thrown up on Jeff like 100 times.
All right, let's let that segue into what our plan is, because this is a kind of a metaphor of the whole adventures right now, because we're at the veritable fork in the road that we always think about and we read about, but we're going to have to pick which side we go. There's the hard way, and then there's the harder way. I know you just had a coughing spell. How do you feel otherwise, energy-wise right now? And then how are you emotionally right now? How are you feeling, like, as far as just your soul, your gumption? Good? Yeah.
Nice.
All
I'm
right.
ready to take the harder path.
Yo, that's a girl. This conversation is done.
Wait, that
That's
was
what
it?
we want to hear.
That was it?
We were thinking
I
we
thought we were
may
gonna
have to talk you into it, but that ain't happening.
She's like, shut up. I don't need your little lecture, your motivational speech.
No more.
She's like, I already made my decision half an hour ago.
That's one of the elements of no barriers is reaching,
Yeah.
getting outside of that comfort zone.
Well, good.
Well, could we just give like 5 minutes of the motivational talk just for, the cameras? I had this really good one, and I get paid a lot of money to do these.
Fine, let's just
And
start going.
I'm
Come
like,
on, we don't need any of this
it's
nonsense.
completely wasted on you.
All right, let's do it, because we're still blessed with a beautiful day. So let's get going. Let's fire.
Nice, good job. You get all these like really cheesy self-help quotes, these days, and like, challenges are only perceived. It's like, no, they're not. Like if you're in a wheelchair or you're blind, those challenges are dead real. They are so real. But I think what we have inside of us, what we can grow, what we can nurture, what we can ignite within us, it's strong enough to break through those barriers that are real and exist in the world. I think if you want to reach really far and go really far in your life, you can't do it alone. You can't be that solo lone wolf. You got to rely on people. It doesn't matter whether you have a disability or not. So Melissa may never be able to climb a mountain by herself. I don't know. The point isn't like total independence. I did this all myself. I think the deeper thing is just to say, we're going to do this together.
Whose idea was this?
Melissa's. We'll support you and how you might need help. And we'll feel that connection at the top, because to me, that's the ultimate goal.
Kind of little left now. Okay, here comes some hoisting here. All the way up. Okay, now we're gonna go. Stay to me. Stay to me. Oh, yeah, the last bit to the tip top. This is it, girlfriend. Hey.
Hey, Melissa, I have a present for you. Got some No Barriers coin for people who elevate my life.
Thank you.
We love you, Melissa.
10 years ago, I felt excluded, pushed to the sidelines. Nobody wanted to include me, and hardly anything. And now I don't feel lost anymore. I really don't. Today was amazing, and I couldn't do without this amazing rope.
Summit!
I volunteer once a week at Howard Hood Sports Medicine in Bell, Colorado. How are you today?
I'm good, Melissa. How are you?
Good. Sports medicine is in my blood. I love learning about how the body moves and then how it recovers.
But you're calling the shots here.
I help the aides. I help clean. Like, I help turn over tables like nonstop. They're very grateful to have me. What's up, Kevin? They are very welcoming to me, gives me purpose. And I'm grateful for that in many, many ways. Easy does it, slow and steady.
Look at you. You don't even need help steering anymore.
Nope, I'm good at it. No. I really enjoy our adventures.
And what creek is that?
Gore Creek.
Yeah, I think that feeds into the Eagle, right?
Yep.
Well, there's our next adventure, kayaking. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I'll be in the back, you be in the front. You can steer and I can paddle. Well, you can paddle too, but you'll really need you for steering.
People underestimate you, and naturally you start to internalize that. And your life becomes the height in which others think you can get to. That's tragic at a personal level. But I think equally as important, then the world misses out because, you know, all your energy and all your potential, all that life force is just totally lost. But it didn't happen to her.
Up next, it's time to move again. To help us, we have Linda Emmerman, Health Rhythms Facilitator, who'll be leading us through a fun and interactive way to help you gain an understanding of how to live a no barriers life. She'll be using drumming rhythms based on the 7 life elements to lead us through an activity. So you don't need drums, but if you have them, grab a box, pot, pan, something to pound on, or really anything around you that will let you make some sound and feel the vibrations. Let's get ready to make some music. Linda, over to you.
Hi, No Barriers community. We're going to start off our session with a little jam. So join us by clapping, patting. If you have your drum, grab it, because here we go. This is called Welcome to the World of Drumming Now. Welcome, No Barriers community, to Drumming Through the Life Elements. We're going to start off with a little song. Join us if you can. What's within you is stronger than what's in your way. What's within you is stronger. What's within you is stronger than what's in your way. What's within you is stronger. All my fears slip away, slip away. All fear slips from my heart. All my fears slip away, slip away. All fear slips from my heart. What's within you is stronger than what's in your way. What's within you is stronger. What's within you is stronger than what's in your way. What's within you is stronger. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're coming to you from Colorado, Loveland, Colorado, and we're in the studio of my friend Nancy Brown Kearns, my teacher, colleague, and this is her studio, Djembe Jive. So we're going to start off with each of the elements. Going to give you 2 different rhythms to play. Feel free to play along with one or both, kind of switch it up as we go. You'll see how it works. The first rhythm that we're going to do for you is about vision. And we're going to show you that if you don't have any drums, you could use something around the house. So we'll start out with our found sounds. So the 7 life elements are like a map that we could use to navigate through the toughest obstacles towards growth, change, and transformation. And impacting the world. Take our goals and give purpose and power to them. And all great journeys begin with a vision. So here's our found sounds. Again, you could use anything you like. Here we go. Vision. Here's our rhythm for vision. It goes like this. Vision. What's your vision? What's your vision? What's your vision? Nancy's going to keep going with that rhythm, and I'm going to add what vision means. The words are a purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Purpose that inspires you to give your best back to the world. Last time. Give your best back to the world. That's vision. The second of the 7 elements is reach. Life is an ongoing process of reaching out into the darkness, not knowing what we'll find. We need to reach toward immense possibilities, unseen yet sensed. So you want to move beyond your comfort zone to grow and reach goals. So this is reach, and here we go. 1, 2, ready, play. Reach, 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 reach. Now, move beyond your comfort zone to grow and reach goals. Move beyond your comfort zone to grow and reach goals. Move beyond your comfort zone to grow and reach goals. and that's reach. So the next element that we're gonna play the rhythms of is pioneer. Forces in life are like a river pounding everything in its path, and we are like rocks in the river getting shaped by these events that happen in our lives. There will be decisions in our lives in storm that either will propel us through or close the door to our no barriers life. So this pioneer spirit means to persevere through challenges to innovate. And here's our rhythm. Pioneer, 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 pioneer. So we say persevere through challenges to innovate. 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 Last time, persevere through challenges to innovate. The next element is rope team. You got to have a rope team. Teams don't just happen, but you're carefully building those rope teams around you. Alone, we're climbing blind, but when we rope up, we become unstoppable. Trust is at the heart of it. Collaboration is important, especially when you're drumming or playing any kind of music. So we collaborate quite often here. All right, here it goes. So we have rope team, gotta have a 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 rope team. So connect with others to build community. 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 Last one, connect with others to build community. All right, our next rhythm is alchemy. Alchemy, finding ways to turn the lead, that things that happen in our lives, into gold. We take the lead that life piles on top of us and we figure out a way to turn that into gold. Want to attack your barriers head on and find a way to win. The way we harness challenges is our greatest advantage. Adversity is not an enemy, but a pathway. When we harness the barriers, we propel ourselves forward. So here's alchemy. Alchemy, 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 alchemy. Harness life experience into optimism. Harness life experience into optimism. Harness life experience into optimism. Harness life experience into optimism, harness life experience, into optimism, harness life experience, into optimism. Last one, harness life experience into optimism. Our next element is summit. This is a gift that we earn through the struggle. It's not just a place of rock and snow if you're a climber, but it could be anywhere, celebrating some milestone in your life. When we attain the summit with our rope team, it's even better than changing our own lives, because then we can transform the world. The greatest things in the world, they can't be seen or even touched. They must be felt with a heart. Find the gifts earned through the struggle. Here is summit. 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 Find the gifts earned through the struggle. 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 Last time, find the gifts earned through the struggle. The last life element is elevate. Elevate. We can't get to the summit unless there's a way that we could elevate the world. We want to summit our mountain and use that experience to elevate the world around us. Elevate is to impact the world as a leader who serves. So here is a rhythm for elevate. 1, 2, here we go. Elevate, time to elevate, time to elevate, time to elevate. Impact the world as a leader who serves. 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 Last time, impact the world as a leader who serves. In summary, here are the no barrier life elements. Vision, a purpose that inspires us to give your best back to the world. Reach, move beyond your comfort zone to grow and reach goals. Pioneer, persevere through challenges to innovate. Rope team, connect with others to build community. Alchemism. Harness life experience into optimism. Summit. Find the gifts earned through the struggle. Elevate. Impact the world as a leader who serves. The No Barriers Pledge says, I pledge to view my life as a relentless quest to become my very best self. To view the barriers in my life as opportunities to learn, to find ways to work with others, to build teams, serve those in need, and push the boundaries of what people say is possible. For only I know the potential that lies inside of me. Well, I hope you enjoyed drumming through the life elements with us. We're going to end today with a heartbeat rhythm. And if you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes and listen, or you can join us with the heartbeat. Everyone should be familiar, as we all have one. And it was the first sound that we actually heard in our mother's womb. So here's the heartbeat. And then we'll sum it up a little bit as we go. So I hope you think about your no barrier life to build a vision, to reach out, pioneer your way forward, build a great rope team, take the lead and turn it into gold, all with the idea of elevating others around you. No Barriers lives in you. Pledge that despite the challenges that you have, you can build the tools, build the rope team around you to break through those barriers, to live your life you envision. We do this for ourselves, but most importantly, for the sake of the world around us. Thank you, No Barriers community. And also want to thank my great friend here, Nancy Brown Kearns, for helping us out today, and our videographer, Karen, who's behind the scenes for us today. So thank you again, and hope you get out there and live a No Barriers life.
Oh, sorry. Welcome back. I hope you're able to get some more drumming in and we're able to feel the rhythms through the No Barriers life elements. Thank you, Linda, for leading us through that. Well, we just had this way to feel the life elements, and now I want to take a quick second to reflect on everything you've accomplished today. I hope you thought about how the life elements can be brought into your everyday life. Maybe you thought about your pledge and something that will challenge you. Maybe you made some new friends and built a rope team. But most importantly, I hope you've started to think about how the tools we're providing you can help you start to break through your own barriers and unleash your fullest potential. Take a quick minute now to share in the chat box something you've learned today that will help you accomplish your pledge. I want to learn what it is. Put it in that chat box. And don't forget to tag us on Facebook and Instagram at No Barriers USA and post using the hashtag No Barriers Summit. I want to see all the amazing things you're doing, and we want to share that with our community.
I have 5 children. It's so funny because I'll meet someone new and they'll see me and, look at me, and I look a little different than most people. And they will say, yeah, oh, wow, you're a quadruple amputee. What happened? And I'll tell the story and they'll be like, oh, unimpressed, right? It's the 5 kids that people are blown away by. I was a marathon runner, qualified for Boston. I was a group exercise instructor, about 20 hours a week. And so that's what I did. I'm a mover. I'm always going. And so getting back to that has been a very big challenge. My husband had brought the kids home right after church. When they got to the top of the stairs and they found their mom unconscious, barely breathing, and turning blue in color. The chest x-ray came back, and right away they could tell it was a pretty bad case of double pneumonia. Rock bottom was after amputations, after the rehab hospital. And I start to realize what a burden that I'm going to be forever. I am a mom and I take care of people. I'm not the one that's taken care of. I mean, there were 2 big goals that I had. One of them was to get back to running, and the other one was to get back to being a mom. And I don't mean having the children. I mean being a mom. So my day was amazing. I had the best day today. Okay, so this morning my son and daughter and I were signed up to do paddling. There was this guy, Tom, he seemed to really want to help me sit on the board and then he said, well, get on your knees. And so I tried it on my knees, and that wasn't working great. It was still sort of awkward. And then he said, well, let's just get you on your feet. And I just laughed and said, ha ha, yeah, let's get me on the feet, no problem. And honestly, I thought he was kidding. Before I knew it, I was standing up on the paddleboard, standing up. And then my daughter, Caroline, stood up on her paddleboard and was paddling right next to me. So I said, Caroline, are you surprised that I got up here on this board? And she just said no. And I was like, really? You weren't surprised? And she said, Mom, you can do anything. And I was like, wow, say that again. And she said, Mom, you can do anything. I knew that. And that felt really good. Having this community here, it just really lifts my beliefs about mankind. I used to think that asking for help makes you weak, less strong. And now I'm learning that it's the opposite, that you can be stronger with other people. My hopes are that they see so many other people and they are not held back by what they look like. I hope that they see so many of the people who are employed in this area of helping people with differences surmount these goals, so that they take away that those people are who I want them to be.
I think the journey's made her a lot stronger. Getting from how low she was to the summit, you could say.
Listen to you. Well, your mom's pretty cool. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be a video to prove it.
We don't need video.
The rest of the world.
God,
does.
you're good.
He's
man.
got all the lines.
Now, to slow it down a bit, we're headed into our fourth life element session, but this time we're going to learn about the life element rope team. As Linda shared in her session, the belief behind rope team is to collaborate and connect with others and to build strong communities. Rope teams literally pull us up the mountain. We're roped together to get to the top. The phrase, "it takes a village," holds true to so many things in life. While you can do many things alone, oftentimes it's so much easier when you're doing it with a strong rope team. I don't want to go into too much more detail now. I'm going to let our set of speakers do that. So next, you're going to hear from my colleague, Malia, who's going to talk to you about rope team. And she's going to introduce you to Command Sergeant Major Gretchen Evans and Matt Scott, Paralympian for the USA wheelchair basketball team. Without further ado, Malia, take it away.
Welcome to the Building Up Your Rope Team No Barriers Life session here at the No Barriers Summit. We're all so excited to have you be part of this session today. I'm Malia Michael, the Backcountry Program Coordinator at No Barriers, and I'll be your facilitator as you build up your rope team over the next 55 minutes. Throughout this session, you'll get to hear stories that show you what a real-world rope team looks like in action. You'll meet Command Sergeant Major Gretchen Evans, who is one of the most decorated female veterans in U.S. history. You'll also hear from Matt Scott, an accomplished wheelchair basketball athlete who brought home the gold at the 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio. Through their stories of teams, you'll be inspired to build up your own rope team, and you'll get the opportunity to do that through a guided activity. We'll also take some time to think about your No Barriers pledge and how having a strong rope team can support you to fulfill that pledge. If you have not created a pledge yet, no worries. You'll get the information you need to develop one. And in this session, you'll also have some opportunities to share your thoughts and connect with other participants in the No Barriers community as we utilize the Q&A function for some authentic conversation. So get ready to be inspired, connect with others, and take action as you develop your rope team. To get started, I wanted to give you some context about the No Barriers Life. In case you're not familiar with what this is, the No Barriers Life is a framework made up of 7 elements for breaking through barriers and living a purpose-driven life. This framework comes from decades of No Barriers running programs that push people to explore their own sense of purpose and help them to harness adversity in their own lives and the world into a positive force. Each of the 7 elements focuses on specific strategies and tools that help people to live a No Barriers life. If you want to learn more about the full framework, check out our book called What's Within You, along with many resources and programs highlighted on our website, nobarriersusa.org. In this session, we're diving into the element called rope team, which is all about the importance of having a support system of people you trust. We're there to encourage you to achieve your vision. As you have already heard, we're celebrating No Barriers founder Eric Weimer's historic summit of Mount Everest 20 years ago. Historic in large part because Eric is blind. However, you may not know that Eric's summit was also historic because to this day, his team is the largest team to ever summit Mount Everest. And so the term rope team originally comes from high altitude mountain climbing, where it describes a group of people joined by a climbing rope and thus secured against falling. If a climber slips on a slope, others on the team self-arrest and act as the human anchors to stop the fall, then working together to rescue the fallen climber. So you can see why trusting those who are on your rope team is essential. While you may or may not be setting out to summit a mountain, there are things you can do to understand and build up your rope team, which we'll keep exploring. So as we move through this session, think of a rope team as that core team of people you trust who will be there for you as you face life's challenges and encounter obstacles on the way to your vision. Before we meet our first speaker, let's pause to reflect on this idea of rope team and to connect with others who are part of this session. Let's take a moment to explore a key notion at the core of rope team, which is that it's nearly impossible to achieve your vision or any big goal all by yourself. In a moment, you'll see your prompt to respond to on the screen. To use the Q&A function, type in the box on the side of your screen. Your question to answer in the Q&A is this: what's something you have achieved that you could not have done all by yourself without the help of others? Take about 1 minute to type your answer in the Q&A and read what others share as well. Thanks so much for sharing. Now let's keep building on those strategies by hearing from our first speaker. I'm so thrilled to introduce you to a very special No Barriers Ambassador, Command Sergeant Major Gretchen Evans, who spent 27 years serving her country, including 9 deployments overseas. Her final assignment took her to the Middle East, where she was responsible for more than 30,000 ground troops in Afghanistan. It was there that Command Sergeant Major Evans was wounded by incoming fire in 2006, incurring life-changing and debilitating injuries that included losing her hearing, suffering a traumatic brain injury, and other internal injuries. Command Sergeant Major Evans is an avid hiker, runner, cyclist, and reader. She published her first book, Leading from the Front, Lessons by Command Sergeant Major, in October 2017, and has received numerous awards for her service and passion to help all veterans live a life of purpose and passion. Gretchen has spoken numerous times to the No Barriers community and actively participated in a variety of programs, doing things like climbing mountains with veterans and traveling through Nepal with students. Her story is featured in the Rope Team chapter of the book, What's Within You. Take it away, Gretchen.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Evans, and I am a No Barriers ambassador. I began my journey with No Barriers about 5 years ago. As a veteran, I went on one of their warrior expeditions, and it was life-changing for me. I took away many things away from the No Barriers expedition, but the thing that I really resonated most with was the concept of having a rope team. When I was in the military, I had rope teams. I didn't call them that. We called them something else, squads or battle buddies or things such as this. In the military, when we were climbing really steep mountains, sometimes we would tie ourselves to each other so that if one of us slipped, we would not fall very far. And the other members of the team would pick in and hold everybody steady until the person who fell got back up, instead of falling a great distance, maybe even to their death. No Barriers concept of rope team is finding people around you that are going to support you in the good times and in the bad times, that are going to encourage you to live your best life, that are going to be there with you when you're struggling. And you surround yourself with these people, and they are life-changing. It works both ways. It's nice to have a rope team for people around you to help you when you're struggling and when you're celebrating. But there's two sides to that coin. You are also a member of their rope team, which means that you need to be there for them, to encourage them when they need encouraging, and to celebrate their victories along the way. I don't know where I would be in life today if it wasn't for my rope team. We're constantly in contact. We celebrate each other's victories, and we're always pushing each other a little bit to be a little bit better and to give a little bit more back to our communities, to our families, to our nation, and other people around us. I love the concept of a rope team, and if you don't have one, I encourage you to find your special rope team. It can really make a difference in your life. Team Unbroken was the very first totally mixed ability team to ever compete in the world's toughest race that was hosted by Bear Grylls and produced by Mark Burnett. The concept behind Team Unbroken was that regardless of your mixed abilities, disabilities, or illnesses, that these things do not define you or what you're capable of. When I first submitted our application to compete in the world's toughest race, we were told no. They felt like that our injuries would prevent us from competing along elite athletes and possibly even get ourselves hurt. I was persistent, and eventually I convinced the race director, Kevin Hodder, to give Team Unbroken a chance. What I said to him was, just give us the opportunity, put us on the same playing field with everybody else. And if we wash out on the first day, then that's on us. But to shut a door on us and assume that we cannot compete just because we all have disabilities seems a little unfair to me. So Team Unbroken was accepted along with 66 other teams to go and compete in the toughest race in Fiji. It was over 400 miles, 10 days, 24/7, one of the hardest things we'd ever done. It was quite the experience. All the elite teams came up to Team Unbroken during the race and after and said, you guys really motivated us because we have all the right equipment, we have big sponsors, and we've been doing this for lots of years, and we're physically fit in every way. And so every time we saw you guys, you were a boost to us to keep going. Now that door is open for other people like Team Unbroken members who may be suffering from a life-altering injury or illness or trauma, that if you want to go and compete in the world's toughest race, by all means do so. Also, we want to know you to know that Team Unbroken realizes not everybody wants to compete in the world's toughest race, but we all have barriers that we think are impossible to overcome. So our mission in life is to encourage everybody to live your best life. Do not let those barriers dictate what you can and can't do, and we'll support you for the whole way. We're very grateful for No Barriers and their support that they gave to Team Unbroken as we competed in the world's toughest race. The past 18 months, as COVID was running rampant in the United States and abroad, my rope team completely supported me. The hardest thing for me was because I am deaf and I read lips, and everyone was wearing masks. So for the first time since my injury and I learned to lip read, I felt very deaf again. And I was unable to communicate people because their mouths were closed. And so I felt very isolated, and I got frustrated when I couldn't communicate with people. My rope team stepped in and helped me do this by being a translator for me, by communicating with me the best way that they could, the way that, via text or other ways. I couldn't have survived COVID without my rope team. It was one of the hardest 18 months since my injury that I ever had to endure. And was almost depressing to me to feel again that I was deaf. So I'm so grateful that the masks are starting to come off and that we're coming out of this COVID, that I could not have survived without my rope team. Being a member of a rope team is a big responsibility. People are counting on you. When they consider that you are part of their rope team, you're the person that they call in the middle of the night when they need help. You're also the first person they call when something wonderful has happened in their life. It comes with an obligation in a sense, but also it's such a privilege to be a member of a rope team. I encourage you, if you are asked to be a member of a rope team, to take that position with great care. Think about that someone is counting on you to be there and how you can best help them. Sometimes you have to be honest in your evaluation when your rope team member asks you, and there needs to be confidence and loyalty to each other, that you'll always speak the truth in love when it comes to talking to your rope team members. Sometimes these are the only people who will tell you the truth, and you need those people in your life. It's wonderful to be a part of a rope team because you get to experience summits that people have in their lives. And these summits are things that they have been striving for. And you find yourself on the top of the mountain with other people, and sharing that moment is so much more meaningful than being on top of the mountain all by yourself. I'd much rather climb a mountain with a group of people who I really care about and get up there and do the high fives than to climb the mountain by myself and simply pat myself on the back. So I'm here to tell you that it's wonderful to be part of a rope team and to be a member, but I encourage you, if you get asked, to take that situation and that honor to be a member of the rope team very seriously. Thank you. Let's talk about gratitude to your rope team. You know, it comes with a responsibility, and there's a time commitment. And the way I think you can best show gratitude towards your rope team members is to simply say, thank you for being there for me. And also to tell them how important they are to your life, that you would not be as secure on your path without their support and their care and their loyalty to you and the time that it takes to
This is the part of our session where you get to practice specific ways to build up your own rope team. As we move through this activity, if you are the kind of person who processes by writing or drawing, you may find it helpful to have some paper and a writing utensil nearby. For those of you I just described, let's pause for a moment to let folks grab what they need. Before we get started with our activity, I want to emphasize that rope teams can often be situational. You may very well have some core folks in your life who would be on any team you create, but you might also have different rope teams for different parts of your life or different goals. No matter the team and who is on it, we're going to use the word friend for those people on your team, with the broad definition of who a friend may be depending on the context. But no matter what, the friends on your rope team should be people you trust, who you can count on. So you may have one set of friends on your rope team at work or school, and another in your personal life, and another related to a specific activity you're involved in, or a specific goal you are working on. So again, no matter the situation, we'll refer to the people on your team as friends. We also understand at No Barriers that for some people, identifying friends you trust and asking them for help is not an easy task. This may be true for you, and yet being able to do this and to build a rope team is essential. So as we move into this activity, do your best to be open to the process. This activity is all about rope team roles. To get started, I would like you to identify something you want to focus on creating a rope team for. If you participated in the vision session today or have done vision work in the past, you may choose to focus on building a rope team specific to your vision. Or if you already created a No Barriers pledge, you may want to build a pledge rope team. You can also think of any task or goal that would be meaningful for you to spend time on today. So let's pause here for you to identify what your rope team will support you to do or to be. If you are comfortable doing so, go ahead and share the focus of your rope team in the Q&A. Now, within your rope team, there are a variety of roles that team members play for you in your friendship, and you for them. So we're going to dig into the types of friends you may consider having on your team. Leaning into our mountain climbing metaphor, at No Barriers, we've identified 4 key types of friends: Sherpas, mountain guides, climbing companions, and the cheer squad. The first type is the Sherpas. The Sherpa people are an authentic group from Nepal who have lived in the high altitude of the Himalayan mountains for generations. Their local expertise has been invaluable for foreigners in the Himalayas. So think of the Sherpas on your team as the experts. This may be someone you already know, or it may be someone you trust to be the source of expertise in the area you need it. So think now about the type of expertise you need on your rope team. Who might fill that role and be a Sherpa on your team? If you're not sure who this person could be, how could you get connected to someone? Take a moment to think about who will fill the Sherpa role on your rope team. You may want to write that person's name down or simply envision that person. Our second type of friend on your rope team is mountain guides. These friends know about the mountain in front of you, but they also know you. They know your unique strengths and weaknesses, and they possess a great sense of how to give you the guidance you need. Think of these friends as coaches or mentors. Take a moment to consider who will fill the mountain guide role on your team. Again, you may want to record this person's name. Our next type of friend is the all-important climbing companions. These friends truly understand how important your vision or your goal is to you, and they are there to support you along the way. They are there to remind you why you took this on and to make sure you know you've got this. These friends may energize you, comfort you, challenge you, and celebrate with you. So who would you like your climbing companions to be? And our last type of friend is the cheer squad. These are those people in your life who provide emotional support and cheer you on. They may not be directly on your journey with you, but even from afar, they are pulling for you and letting you know how much they support you. They celebrate with you and tell your story when you succeed, and they love you all the same when you fail. They keep cheering you on no matter what. So now think about who may fill this role for you. Congratulations! Whether or not you were able to identify people for each role on your team, You developed a greater understanding of the roles people should fill on your rope team, and you started thinking about who those trusted friends may be. No matter how far you got with building your rope team today, I encourage you to keep at it. However much time you need to build your rope team, take the time to do it. And don't skip the important step of talking to your friends about the role you would like them to play. Before we hear from our second guest, let's connect again through a poll. Your question is, which rope team role do you think is the most important for the vision or goal that you chose to focus on? A, Sherpa, B, mountain guide, C, climbing companion, or D, cheer squad? Now we have a very special guest to introduce to you, Matt Scott, a 4-time member of the U.S. Paralympic men's wheelchair basketball team and 2-time medalist, including 1 gold and 1 bronze. He has also been awarded multiple medals at the World Championship level. Matt was diagnosed with spina bifida at birth. He began playing wheelchair basketball in 1998, and he was 14 years old. He played through high school before being recruited for the U.S. men's national wheelchair basketball team. Some of the things Matt loves about being an athlete includes problem solving, resilience, determination, and using his voice and sports platform to bring change and positivity to the world. We're so happy to have you with us today, Matt.
Hey, No Barriers. My name is Matt Scott. I'm 1/12 of Team USA's gold medal winning wheelchair basketball team, defending the gold medal in Tokyo 2021 this year at the Paralympic Games. And I'm here to talk to you about something that's near and dear to my heart. As I just mentioned, I'm a member of a team, 1/12 of the team. And team has always been a big, big part of my life. Being a team sport athlete, it gets you from point A to point B when you rely heavily on your teammates, but you also pride yourself on the contribution that you can make. Let me talk to you a little bit about my background. I'm 36 years old. I have spina bifida. I was born with that. It's a congenital birth defect. It's actually the #1 birth defect in the world. It's quite common. I'm affected in my L4, L5 region, and I'm a full-time wheelchair user. If you see me rocking back and forth, I don't have like a cool rocking chair. That's just my wheelchair. And I've actually, that's one of my wheelchairs right there. I'm actually a wheelchair basketball player that represents Team Performax, and been lucky enough to be the logo of that, and have really leaned on that team to get me where I am today. Enough about my background. My athletics background is that I've been part of the U.S. national program since 2003. I made my first U.S. roster, was able to put those beautiful 3 letters across my chest in the red, white, and blue in 2003. I've been representing Team USA in 2004 in Athens, 2008 in Beijing, 2012 in London, 2016 in Rio, where we won a gold medal, and now my 5th games in Tokyo, where we're going to defend our gold medal. So being a team member of a 1/12, representing Team USA, has been my entire life. It's been something that I'm very confident in doing, and it's something that I pride myself very heavily on. But how do I depend on my personal team is that I'm always looking for accountability. My teammates always show me the work that they put into their craft. They show me the work that they're willing to do to help me reach my dreams, and I show them the work that I'm doing that to help them reach their dreams. You know, there's a saying that is like, you know, I need you to be all that you can be so that we can be all that we can be. And I love that saying. It's something that we revisit in the locker room every time we get a chance to, because accountability is so important. And that's one of the biggest attributes that I look for in my team members. And it's not a one-sided thing. I want to see that accountability. I want to see that I can trust my teammates, and I want them to know that they can trust me as well. In a team sport, you always need that. The reason why that's important, the accountability portion, is because of standards. If you have high standards, if you want to reach high goals, if you have lofty goals, if you have something you would like to accomplish in life, and you have teammates that aren't holding themselves accountable and holding themselves to a gold medal standard, is what I would like to call it, then you can't get there. You have to be responsible enough to hold yourself accountable, but you also have to have the pride in your teammates and have the trust in your teammates to hold them accountable as well. Trust and accountability, those are things I'm going to keep revisiting because they're very important attributes. So how do I show up for my rope team? I've always been someone that has really prided himself on the contribution that I can make. As an athlete, I've really, I'm getting into the gym and I'm working out as hard as I can. I'm trying to make my performance the best that I could possibly make for my team. But I'm going to talk to you about something that is a little bit vulnerable for me. It's a time that I really needed my team in order to bounce back. And this was completely off the floor. About 2 years ago, I was unlucky enough to have a pressure sore that went septic, and I slipped into a septic shock. I had multi-organ failure. Both of my lungs went out and one of my kidneys, and I was very, very near to my death. I was very, very close to not being able to speak to you all today about my experiences because of that septic shock. That was a time when my team not only saw about me, they saw the problem. They saw how hard I fell and how long of a journey it was going to be for me to get back into a condition that I could contribute to a team again. Because when I woke up from the coma that I was in for 7 days, I couldn't hold a glass of water, and that's when I became very scared. And I became very, as I say, vulnerable. But when my teammates realized what had happened to me, I was able to lean on them for support. I was able to lean on them for strength. I was able to lean on them for guidance. And that's when I knew that this was bigger than sports. This is something bigger than going to play a basketball game, or it's bigger than winning medals or accolades. That this is my true team, my rope team. They really got me from being a bedridden hospital patient to now I'm here, I'm being able to speak to you, and I'm preparing for my world, my life's dream to be a back-to-back Paralympic gold medalist. And I would not have that opportunity hadn't it been for my team members. The thing about team, whenever I see a teammate down, I'm the first one to, try to give them a hand up. And that could be physically or that could be mentally. We all need to be there for our teammates. We can always see when someone slips, and that slip doesn't always have to be physical. My slip was physical, and my teammates saw it, and I really had to rely on them. And it wasn't just the teammates that are on the floor. This was coaching staff. This was staff members, from nutritionists to strength and conditioning coaches to even mental health coaches. They all got me to the point where I was able to build myself back up, and I'm able to smile and give this testimony to you about how I'm going to defend this gold medal. Because 2 years ago, I did not think that was going to be possible. And the reason why it's possible is because I have such a strong team. I look for I look for certain qualities in my rope team. As I mentioned earlier, that accountability and trust is super important. Super important. But I like to feed off of positive energy. I like my teammates to be optimists. I like them to see what is possible and want them to achieve that. I'm my worst around pessimism. I am my worst around pessimism. I am my best around optimism and people that want to strive and be the best. And my teammates know that. And I surround myself by people that fuel me, that want to reach the very, very top. I have very high standards for who is going to be a part of my rope team. And it's not always about having the biggest team. I don't want so many people around. I don't need any more than those guys in my locker room. You know, whenever I'm on the floor or off the floor, I know that I can reach out to them about anything. If I want to be a better basketball player, if I want to be a better athlete, if I want to be a better man, better brother, better son, I could lean on these guys as my rope team. And, you know, I just mentioned, you know, being a brother, being a son, you know, being a part of a family. That's another rope team that has really gotten me where I am today. My mother is the strongest team captain that I have ever met, the strongest woman I've ever known. And anytime that I need guidance, I always look to her. Having a leader, having a strong leader in your rope team is one of the things that I look for. Because if you can't be that leader, you should always look to the people that have those attributes and those qualities that can be a leader and learn from them. There doesn't always have to be one leader in the group. I think leadership is so important because when things get hard, and when things get tough, and you get put in these vulnerable positions, maybe positions that you don't see yourself getting out of, they could be very dark, they could be very trying, they could be very troublesome, and the adversity could be so high. But when you have a leader that believes in you, when you have a leader that can take you and look you in your eyes and tell you that they have your back 100%, you know everything's going to be okay. I really, you know, when I speak about team, I get goosebumps. I get goosebumps every time because I love the guys that I play with. I love my rope team of Team USA basketball players, and I love my rope team that's my family. There's so many different ways that you can define your inner circle. My inner circle are optimists. My inner circle fuel me. My inner circle I can trust. They're admirable, and they're people that lead me to the places that I want to go. And anytime that there's weak links in that chain, I don't feel bad about trying to bring other people up to that level of camaraderie, that level of leadership. And if they fall behind, I sometimes have to let that circle get a bit smaller. You know, that rope team has to be strong, and it has to have those attributes that I talked about. Thank you so much for letting me speak to you today. As I told you, my rope team has been everything. They have gotten me to this point where I'm able to speak to you today, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Matt Scott, and I hope you check me out at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo this year. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Matt, for sharing with us how you have built strong rope teams in your life. Speaking of taking positive action, in this final section of our session, we're going to turn our attention to the No Barriers Pledge, a commitment to take positive action in your life and in the world. When you registered for the summit, as part of your registration, you were prompted to create your own No Barriers Pledge. In case you missed this, pledges are part of No Barriers traditions and this summit. A pledge is your commitment to your continued progress towards your vision by identifying one goal that you can achieve in the next 2 to 3 months. If you already submitted a pledge to No Barriers, thank you. We hope the summit is inspiring you and giving you strategies and tools to be able to complete your pledge. If you did not already create and submit a pledge, then it's not too late. Use your summit experience to create a pledge that is meaningful to you. Then go to our breakout room to submit your pledge so we can see what you're up to. After you share your pledge, we'll send you a virtual No Barriers flag that you can print and write your pledge on so you can post it as a reminder to yourself. You'll also be entered to win one of 40 coupons worth $500 awarded by our partner and rope team member Airbnb. Whether it shows up through your pledge or in your daily life, or both, I hope this session gave you some inspiration and tools for living a No Barriers life. To help reinforce all that you experienced here and to connect with other participants, I have a final reflection question for you to answer in the Q&A. In addition to answering the question, be sure to read what others have to say. Your question is, what is the biggest takeaway about being on a rope team that you want to remember from this session? Thank you so much for being a part of the Building Up Your Rope Team session. Remember that if you want to learn more about all 7 elements of the No Barriers life, you can get the book, What's Within You, and also check out all of our resources and program offerings at www.nobarriersusa.org. And as an immediate opportunity, be sure to join us at the summit closing ceremony, where you'll learn more about the element called Elevate and hear from world-class violinist Adrian and Antoine. See an equestrian ballet, hear from J.R. Martinez, and listen to a concert from Mandy Harvey.
Thank you, Malia, Gretchen, and Matt, for all of your great thoughts about Rope Team and what it means to you. I hope you chose your why for your Rope Team. Why did you choose your specific Rope Team? And who's on it? Is it a friend, colleague, parent, coach, pastor, or even someone you just met? Tell us in the chat right now who's on your Rope Team and why. Right now, all of you who are watching are Rope Team members. While we may be separate in distance, we are all here with the same goal in mind. By posting your answer in the chat, you might help another person find more members for their Rope Team. Another way is to share what you're striving to accomplish on our social media. Don't forget to share. So let's see those homemade drums, those pledges. Let's see some smiling faces. Whatever you're doing right now, share it with us using @NoBarriersUSA on Facebook and Instagram and the hashtag NoBarriersSummit. A few quick announcements before we get to our next activity. I want to make sure you check out those expo booths from our amazing sponsors. There are resources, videos, information, and you can even sign up for the Wells Fargo Career Fair through their booth. The Career Fair is going to be held on Monday, so make sure you get signed up. There are tons of things to do within the platform, so be sure to check it all out. Also, as a reminder that if you've missed a session or want to rewatch something from this year's summit, we encourage you to sign up for our No Barriers membership community. That's our Rope Team. It's a membership community that includes great courses, fun events, exclusive in-person experiences, recordings of past events. I hope you consider joining that community.
You know, when we have triumphs, right, when we stand on the top and we come back, it's hard to describe those victories, but when we struggle, right, it's a uniting energy.
It's not about climbing one mountain, it's about making a catalyst of change. For me, I'm a musician. I happen to be deaf, and that's just part of who I am. Whether or not I'm seen as a person with a quote-unquote disability or not, has nothing to do with how I feel inside.
I was in a car accident January 15th of 2018. After the accident, I was in the ICU for a month, unresponsive, and then a long-term acute care facility for 2 months, just starting to wake up.
About 6 years or so ago, I started experiencing chronic pain and difficulty walking. And like everyone, I thought it would go away. And it did not go away, and it got worse. So I started to seek answers. And that kept me stuck for years. I wanted to give up. And my friend made me promise to stick around for 6 months. And that was in that time I found No Barriers. That changed my perspective, changed my paradigm, changed how I looked at what I had to offer.
We're all part of this No Barriers Club, no matter, you know, who you are or what abilities you're given. You're gonna struggle.
Okay.
You're parched, might have low oxygen, you might, feel like you're gonna fall off the side of a cliff. People helping me might be like, feel that pressure of making sure that I'm safe.
People are walking down a set of stairs for the first time and they said, that's my Everest. Or they're figuring out new ways to deal with pain, new therapies, or they're cranking up the mountain with their arms. They never thought they could do that, and that's their Everest. So the idea came from that, this idea that everyone has an Everest in their life, and this day is sort of a metaphor for that.
It's about doing what you can with what you have. It doesn't matter what's wrong with you. It matters what are you going to do about it.
These events are really important to my recovery and other people's recovery because they lift your spirits.
It is struggle. Like, it's not easy, but it's through those challenges that we come together. So be vulnerable, take the leap. This is where people will catch you.
No barriers means going after what you want 100%.
I have a passion and a love for No Barriers, but also for people who are constantly pushing the envelope to show that, you know, all of those barriers and the brokenness of who you are has nothing to do with your potential.
Are you ready?
I ended up surrounding myself with the people who lifted me up, and I call that my chosen family. People I know I can count on.
I want to walk unassisted by the end of the year, and I think I'm well on my way. So it's all about finding new ways to do things.
My Everest is being vulnerable.
My Everest is getting back to life like it was before the accident.
My Everest is encouraging other people to look past their barriers and to realize that they're not alone, and that failure can be a beautiful start of a new beginning.
My name is Barbara Henry. I am coming to the No Barriers Summit from Rhode Island, and I am blind. When I was born, my spinal fluid leaked, and it was going to my brain, so I could have had more complications. It could have affected my mobility in terms of walking, speech. So about a year and a half ago, I started challenging myself and doing things outside of my comfort zone. And my friend gave me an email about the No Barriers Summit. The world's not going to come to me. I have to get out into the world. I have to be a part of the world. If I don't come to this event, the event's not going to come to me. Coming to the No Barriers Summit, I was just so excited. The short time that I've been here so far, just meeting various people and talking to them about their life stories, it just represents just inner strength and perseverance. This weekend with the No Barriers Summit, I climbed a rock wall, which I have never done, and I reached the top and rung the bell. I went scuba first time in a swimming pool. I went sailing. I've never sailed before. And today I rode a bicycle outside for the first time in my life. That was great. I just took off. So that was a lot of fun. I didn't understand why everybody was like, wow, you never rode a bike before? It didn't hit me, you know. I was with a group, and everybody just stopped and said, you never rode a bike? And then when I got on the bike, I wasn't even scared. I just did it. I just rode and I felt like an eagle. I felt like I was just soaring through the sky. And I'm not ashamed at all of being blind. I'm not. But in that moment, I didn't feel blind. I feel this experience has made me to focus on looking forward and not to focus on challenges that have occurred in your life in the past. Just try to focus on the present and be positive about the future.
When the cruel winds of life knock us down and make us feel small, let go. Reach beyond what you know. When uncertainty paralyzes our spirit and the shame of our scars crushes all hope, look inside. Find that hidden light. For it is our many falls that fuel our rise. Together, we climb, fearless and unstoppable. Because what's within us is stronger than what's in our way.
Our lives are kind of like a storm. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a total whiteout in the mountains. Now, I can't see anyway, even in good weather, but my friends, somebody needs to be able to see, and they can't. It's just total whiteout. Well, what is the tool that you use to navigate? I think our vision is like an internal compass. It guides us through that storm. It tells us where we're going and why it's so important that we get there. I think vision is figuring out what grows the light inside. I think it's really about connecting with our very deep core values and understanding what those values are. When we live in alignment with those values, that light will blaze and it will show us the way. And it's not about what's out here, it's about illuminating what we have inside.
So now to get to our next activity, we've taken a deep dive into vision, reach, alchemy, and rope team. How do we put all that together? One way to start is by changing the way we see things, shifting your viewpoint to allow yourself to change, progress, and reach towards your pledge. In this next activity, we'll explore new ways to reframe your perspective through photography. This session will be taught by world-renowned photographer Moses Street. Moses has been a photographer for years, and his wife, Penn Street, is an incredibly valuable member of our No Barriers community. I can't wait to see what Moses is up to. Let's head over now.
All right, get ready for a wild ride. Here it comes. Hey, all you dudes out there. This is station LSD. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. And I'm the DJ, the Sandman. And I'm here to take you on a magical mystery tour of the greatest songs of the 60s. But what I'm actually here for is to show you how to use photography to change your life. It's simple, it's fun. Art has always been a transformational process, whether you're a painter, sculptor, musician, photographer. Art opens up your brain to possibilities. So this will be using your daydreams, then visualization, and going out and doing photos. It's a whole lot easier to take a crazy idea and go out and do it for a photo than it is to like actually make it a career. Like I always wanted to be a DJ. Well, here I am in my fantasy of it, and it's fun. And I don't have to go through the grueling part of doing it day after day after day. So get your cameras out, because I'm taking you on a magical mystery tour. All the photos in this video are examples of imagining the life that you want and what you want it to look like, and then coming up with photo ideas in advance of those ideas, and then going out and executing them. So about 40 years ago, I started teaching children to do it for children portraits. And they, of course, caught on to it really quick. So they became the writer, the director, the actor, and location person. And the adults' only job was to keep absolute silence and just take the picture that the child set up. And as you can see, the results are wonderful. I love movies. There is nothing more fun than spending an afternoon with friends duplicating a favorite scene from a favorite movie. It's also a really simple way of duplicating what I'm teaching in this video. The movie gave you the idea. You just have to figure out how you're going to do it and then go out and shoot it. It's that simple. Not into violent movies? Well, how about a romantic comedy? Thinking up a bunch of romantic shots for you and your partner will definitely lead to an afternoon of taking photographs that you won't soon forget. Or you want to try out a new look or some new clothing, plan yourself a fashion shoot and go out and take the pictures of it. And you will see what other people see when they look at you in those clothes. You want to start a new activity that you've never done before, or maybe you didn't think you were capable of doing it. Well, any activity takes a long time to get good at it, but in the meantime, or to get started, you can do like this photo, where we're not that far from the car. We had planned it out. We just needed a good lighting, dramatic shot. That's it. Then that can extrapolate into longer walks, more photo ideas doing those walks. So it stays fun that can turn into hiking. And then one day, you might, like Melissa Simpson, find yourself at the top of a 13,500-foot mountain that she had summited at a No Barriers What's Your Everest event. A lot of people would like to go back in time. And as anybody who follows me on social media knows, I will go to great lengths to go back in time. Here I am 120 years ago, the bartender at the Virginian Hotel in Medicine Bow, Wyoming. Fun way to do photos. This was a joke shot that I did while staying at a major .commerce house. And it was just funny to me. But that started the path with a lot of other photos that led me to 3 years of living with some of the richest people on the planet. Photos can take you where you want to go. On both sides of my family, the history of being preachers goes back a couple hundred years. And I had always wanted to be a preacher when I was young. And so when I would shoot weddings, I would always do this joke shot with me officiating. Well, eventually it led to actually performing wedding ceremonies. Love doing it. This shot of me being overly cool was part of the visualization that I wanted to travel to do portraits, weddings, and honeymoons. And it worked. Did this in the early 80s, and it was wonderful. This shot, using photo visualization, is one of my failures. I wanted to be a rock star. And I did a lot of pictures of me as a rock star. Didn't work. Not everything you try out's going to work. But it was really fun doing all the different shots I did for it. I've got at least 8 killer record album covers. Depression is a really crummy thing to have happen to you. And as an artist, I have depression. But I learned a long time ago that if I use that depression to come up with funny photo ideas, funny stories, funny jokes, that it helped get me through it. Not a cure, but it definitely helped. And so here's a couple that I thought up during depressions. So there's me running out of gas in the middle of nowhere, making fun of myself, trying to get into shape. And then one of my absolute favorite self-portraits, standing in the middle of a river posing. Welcome, one and all. Let's begin with your life is only as interesting as the photos of it. Well, I'm starting with the basic techniques. The simplest way that I can explain this is that you come up with photo ideas in elaborate detail in advance of taking a photo. Then you go out, once you have it firm in your mind, then you go out and create that photo exactly as you saw it. This is how movies are made. It is also how good artists, painters, writers, sculptors, and photographers actually function and work. Amateur photographers, on the other hand, they just go out and take snapshots of whatever mildly interests them. Oh, it's a wedding, I got to photograph the bride and groom. Oh, it's a birthday, blow out the candles. Okay, no thought to it. It's just recording. This is changing your life. You will be coming up with photo ideas in advance, and I'll show you how that's done. And you'll be basing them on creating the images of what you want in your life. So it is a fun exercise that duplicates what successful people do naturally. It is a fun way to learn visualization, which is the foundation dreams are made of. Every successful person, artist that I've talked to about it, visualization is the cornerstone of what got them where they are today. And there will be more. Hey, you caught me doing the most important part of this whole exercise, because, and that's daydreaming. And aside from coming up with your bucket list of the life you want to become, this is the most important thing, because this is where it all starts. And I prefer the word daydream because a lot of people don't think that they're creative. But if you're thinking and nothing's coming out of your mouth, you're daydreaming. So what artists do is we jot down any great ideas that come up while we're daydreaming. And then once you have that great idea, then you focus in on that idea and you start figuring out, and this is where businessmen, they don't daydream, they think. No, they're daydreaming. But you're working on the problem of figuring out how you would do it. The other thing you do is visualization. No, you don't have to be a hippie to visualize, because all visualization is you focus on the picture that you want to do and you imagine every aspect of it. So like for what I'm doing right now, talking to you, I pictured myself being on the front porch. So I've got an old 1800s house in front of me, and then I'm surrounded by trees. It's hot. Then you got to figure out your clothing. So you've got, I decided to do a different hat, wear something bright, and you're working it out until it's real. And you're taking mental snapshots of a dream you had that's real. So that's the basic with daydreaming. Now, other ways of doing it is when you're making a major life change, or even a fun one like this that might turn into a major life change. In the meantime, we're going to be having so much fun, it'll at least become a hobby. Bring friends in on it. Okay, so this, you want friends that you have a really good time with. Okay, you meet at a coffee house or what's ever good for you, and then you start brainstorming ideas off of your bucket list. And when you do this, they're going to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff, funny stuff, really gross stuff, things that would just be way too embarrassing to do. Maybe something really emotional, maybe something physically impossible to do. It doesn't matter. You write them all down. So pick a secretary who loves writing the ideas down. And there can be no no's. Negativity ends brainstorming. Oh, we got a great idea. We could be running around the track and then fall flat on our face. And somebody comes around and goes, oh, what a stupid idea. That ends brainstorming. So no no's, no negativity in the brainstorming. Then another one is do what really good artists do. Yeah, steal ideas from other artists, and you've got it easy. we had to go to the library and find books to steal what artists did. Now you can go on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and you're going to find hundreds of people doing the things you want to do. So take their ideas and then make them your own. And that is the basic of daydreaming your ideas. And the last focus thing, when you're visualizing it, you also want to visualize everything you're going to need to do it. So like I've got a little light stand tripod and a cell phone holder. And if you're doing something more complicated, you might need some friends to help you do it. So that's the basic for this one. Your life is only as interesting as your photographs of it. And here is the very first step. You gotta make a bucket list. A bucket list. And you want to write down everything on that bucket list that you want to do, activities you want to do, trips you want to take, careers you want, relationships you want, anything and everything that would make your life a whole lot more interesting. And then, of course, you develop those ideas into photos and then go out and do the photos you imagine. So to give you an example, this is a list of things that I wanted. A good relationship with my wife, number one and top of the list. Second, to be a good father. That's tied with number one. To be a movie actor, a writer, write stories, write novels, stand-up comedian, a world traveler, an inventor, an entrepreneur, live in cool places, and to have an exciting life, one full of a lot of wild, crazy, often dangerous stories. I wanted to meet a lot of famous people. And I have to admit, I cheated on my list, is I've done all those things. And give me a break, I had 73 years to pull it off, and I did. Wait, I think I heard across the lake here, somebody thinking, wait, I'm not a photographer, I can't do that, I'm not creative. Well, neither was I when I started, but I did carry a camera around from the time I was about 14 in high school, everywhere, took it to jobs later and did that for about 5 years. And for some reason, people started thinking I was a photographer, and there we went. And then in this, it's kind of a mini class on how to be a creative photographer. The point is, digital cameras and cell phones, they have changed photography forever. And they've turned photography into a folk art. You're out there, you're folk. Folk art means a art form of the masses, just like folk music. It was music for the masses, created by the masses. And cell phone and digital cameras have taken anything you ever needed to know about taking pictures out of the equation. And so, yeah, you can be a photographer. Listen to the rest of this and you'll see how. Hey, congratulations. And excuse my friends here, I don't think I'm bothering them too much. Congratulations, you did it. You take your first picture. Now, the next thing you want to do is get it on social media, because the positive feedback is just what you need, positive feedback. And then you also want to make a hard copy of it, whether you print it out on a printer or go to Walgreens and get a cheap little 4x6 of it and then put it on a wall where you're going to see it every day, and like at your desk so you can look at it a lot. So it shows, I did that. And then this leads to the hard part, is making this a habit. But think about it. You've got a cell phone, so you're already taking a ton of pictures. And then, oh, poor baby, you got to sit around and daydream and come up with ideas and then visualize how you're going to do them. And then sit around figuring out what you're going to need to do it. And then, oh, the thrill of creating art. That's going to be easy to resist. I don't think so. So get going on it. You want to do it every day, a couple times a week, even just once a week, but get out and do it. And you'll start, if nothing else, you'll start getting more followers on Facebook. So in closing, feel the apathy and the fear, and then do it anyway. Hey, this last little set of pictures before the big finish is, for me, the most personally important reason to use photos to create the life that you want. Now, there is a reason that we artists have muses instead of girlfriends and wives, because life with a muse is really exciting, because it is two people working together to create a bond. The bond of not only creating an idealized image of each other, but the bond of learning to work together in harmony to create an exciting life. That's why this is so important to me. Hey, we're going to take you folks to follow your dreams, or do you want to go back to the couch, your TV, and your snack food? Yeah. I figured your dreams. Now, go out and shoot that dream. The creative process of bringing an idea to life, no matter how simple the shot, is often way more exciting than real life, because you have taken an idea that didn't exist in your life and you've gone out and made it real. That is really exciting, heady stuff. But the biggest deal is that there would not be a photo of what you had done unless you had done it. So it got you to do something out of your comfort zone, and there is the photographic proof. Live with it. Do it.
Oh, hey there. I was just finishing up taking a few photos from our last session. Wasn't Moses great? Thank you so much, Moses, for leading us through that. I can't wait to get out and take more pictures.
I had a serious love for music. And when I went to college, that's when I started really having problems with my hearing. And because of a connective tissue disorder that I have, I lost all of my residual hearing in 9 months and was dropped from the music program. And I lost myself in that. I felt like I'd fallen down a dark well and nothing really felt real anymore. I realized in so many different ways that I have two choices. I can stay here forever, or I can figure out a way to take one painful step at a time to the possibility of something different. The reality of life is that you will hit a wall. You will struggle. And the choices that you make in that struggle are so important. The people who you surround yourself by are so important. I had so many people who've pushed me along the way who have refused to give up on me and to see for yourself that what's within you is stronger than what's in your way. And if you allow that mentality to sink in, it will change your life.
This time I'm gonna make it. I'm not the same kid I used to be.
When things tend to happen that are outside of our control, we tend to go to the place of like, we've lost everything. We don't have anything. And the one thing I've always said, and I've learned through my own experiences in life, is you still have one thing, and that one thing is the choice. But how do you respond? Like, it's on you. At some point, you got to stop blaming the outside world. At some point, you got to stop pointing the finger at everyone else, and you got to look at yourself and say, what am I doing or what am I not doing? Because there's this space in between when the challenge happens and ultimately the outcome. There's a space, and the outcome is determined by what happens within this space. That's determined by you. This is a ritual. This is a routine. This is a mindset that every single day when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, okay, I probably slept bad last night. I probably am waking up worried about what happened yesterday or how it's going to, spill over into the day and tomorrow possibly. Forget all that. Right now in this moment, I'm going to prepare my mind. I'm going to strengthen it. I'm going to kind of put some armor around it and just prepare it for whatever this day is going to be. But it's going to start with me simply just saying to myself, I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be in control. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to have faith. I'm going to believe. Like, that's literally the things that I say to myself.
Our lives are kind of like a storm. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a total whiteout in the mountains. Now, I can't see anyway, even in good weather, but my friends, somebody needs to be able to see, and they can't. It's just total whiteout. Well, what is the tool that you use to navigate? I think our vision is like an internal compass. It guides us through that storm. It tells us where we're going and why it's so important that we get there. I think vision is figuring out what grows the light inside. I think it's really about connecting with our very deep core values and understanding what those values are. When we live in alignment with those values, that light will blaze and it will show us the way. And it's not about what's out here, it's about illuminating what we have inside.
Now, someone else who's been following along with the summit and is here to say a few words about your summit journey is Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for Wells Fargo, Scott Powell.
People with disabilities are changing the way the world sees us. Some are teachers.
We are extraordinary thinkers.
Or business executives.
Change makers.
We speak to audiences.
Visionary leaders.
Collaborate one-on-one.
Resilient.
Or with our mentors.
Resourceful.
People with disabilities are.
We are invincible.
At Wells Fargo, we celebrate you. Wells Fargo proudly supports organizations that empower people with disabilities through financial health and employment initiatives.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I really wish I could be there in person. So maybe next year I'll be able to join in person. I'm Scott Powell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Wells Fargo, and I'm happy to be part of the closing section of the program. Disabilities and advocating for people with disabilities is very important to me. I have a son who's 30 years old who has Down syndrome. And being part of Sam's journey over the last 30 years has really taught me a lot about the issues around disabilities. And my role at Wells Fargo really provides me with the opportunity to have some impact on the issue here at Wells Fargo. We still have a lot of work to do. This is an important journey for us here at Wells Fargo. I am proud to be one of the co-sponsors of our employee networking group for people with disabilities. We have over 9,000 members. We have, as I said, a number of initiatives. One of our members that I would like to give a big shout out to is Chauncey Barnhill, who's in our operations area. He was just named the 2021 Employee of the Year by Careers in Disabled magazine for one of the innovative programs that he helped steward here at Wells Fargo, where we hired over 100 people with disabilities. And so that's one of a number of programs we have. And as I said, we have more work to do, but absolutely committed to doing it across the firm. Well, I think it's really cool that you guys included a hike up the mountain in your program. I think that's an awesome way. Personally, it works for me too. I found that doing outdoor events and doing endurance events is really important for my mental health. And so I would encourage everyone to do that, do more of that. So I think the concept of no barriers is really spot on. I mean, I think what we're all trying to do is break down people's perceived barriers of people with disabilities. And so whether you're an employer, whether you're an advocate, changing how people think about our capabilities for people with disabilities and creating the inclusive environment in our workplaces and our communities just creates the kind of environment that we all want to be part of. Okay, well, I'd like to say a big thank you to the audience, participants, the organizers, and also give a big shout out to all the Wells Fargo employees out there.
Thank you so much, Scott, and thank you, Wells Fargo. I'm always impressed by our sponsors. Being a good rope team is one of their values, and we are proud to partner with people at Wells Fargo and all of our other sponsors. Just like Wells Fargo pledges to make financial health more inclusive for anyone with any ability, we've been asking you throughout the day to make a pledge for yourself. A pledge is a personal commitment to making tangible progress towards your vision. Perhaps your pledge is to write a book, run a race, take time out of every day to meditate, maybe to reach out to a long-lost friend. When you read your pledge, it should both excite and frighten you. As you've learned today, your pledge is challenging you to reach outside your comfort zone. It's not meant to be easy, but it is something that should ignite a fire inside of you to make you think, what if I accomplish this? What might life be like on the other side after I've done it? If you're still thinking about your pledge, I want to introduce you to someone who exemplifies making a promise to themselves and fulfilling it. I'm excited to share our next segment featuring Sam Schmidt. If you were on site at the summit in Keystone, you were able to learn a bit about Sam and to see the Sam car. For those of you who weren't able to join us, the Sam car is a race car specifically designed for Sam. Sam has loved racing since he was young, and he set a goal to race in the Indy 500. In 1997, he made that dream come true, and he added many more completed races to his resume. But in 2000, Sam suffered a horrendous crash, which rendered him quadriplegic. He was still passionate about racing and founded his own racing team, Sam Schmidt Motorsports. He went on to partner with Aero Electronics, who created the Sam car, a Corvette built specifically for him that he can drive with his head and mouth. Over the years, Sam was able to participate in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb, where he reached speeds of 152 miles per hour. And he's the first person to ever receive a semi-autonomous driver's license. And with that, let's go over to Sam.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam Schmidt. Last time we were together was on the USS Intrepid in New York City in 2018. I'd really like to be there with you in the mountains, but we're in the home stretch of the IndyCar Series, and our team is fighting for the championship. As many of you know, I've been racing since I was 5 years old, and it has been my life dream to race in Indy 500. In September of 1999, I was fortunate enough to win an IndyCar race in my adopted hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada. I was at the pinnacle of my career with an amazing family and everything looking great in front of me. Unfortunately, during a preseason test in January 2000, our lives were changed forever. I hit the wall going 200 miles per hour, blasted apart my C3, C4 vertebrae, and became a quadriplegic. The doctors told my wife that if I made it through the night, to find me a nursing home, as I'd be on a ventilator for the rest of my life. Little did they know how stubborn we were. I started doing intensive therapy as soon as I was physically able, and still do it today. Within a year of my accident, I started a race team and a nonprofit organization called Conquer Paralysis Now. I needed to keep busy and get back to life. 2 years ago, we opened a neuro recovery center in Las Vegas called Driven. That is what I am and what I believe we all need to be, driven. In 2014, Aero Electronics in Denver reached out to me and asked if I'd be interested in driving again. Thought about it for maybe a second, and of course I said yes. But we have to go fast. The engineers have enabled the Sam cars to be driven entirely by me, utilizing my head. We started out at 107 miles per hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2014, just 7 months after that conversation. That is where the Sam project began. Sam isn't about me. It's about semi-autonomous mobility that evolves every year. Our SAM projects evolve every year as well. Last year, we began the evolution of an exoskeleton to allow me to dance with my daughter at her wedding. I can tell you that was the best day of the last 21 years. Let's just say there wasn't a dry eye in the room, thanks to Aero. This year, I drove the Corvette at 201 miles per hour, but we couldn't stop there. Just in July, I competed at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in England, a lifelong dream of mine. I was up against hundreds of able-bodied drivers from around the world and ended up in the middle of the pack. Let's just say the middle of the pack won't cut it. With the new C8 Corvette's mid-engine design, it was a fantastic balance, which has allowed me to drive even faster. This is what I'm really here to speak with you about today. We wish we weren't in a wheelchair, but it's our path in life. What can we do? Find your passion. Racing has been my passion since I was 5 years old, and I've found a way to stay in racing, even from a wheelchair. No, it isn't the same as being in an IndyCar, but when I'm driving, I feel free. I feel normal. I even feel more normal at 200 miles an hour. The point I'm trying to make is you need to find that passion that makes you want to go through the aggravation of getting up in the morning. It could be athletics, computers, coaching your kids, farming, whatever truly drives you to get out there. Once you find that passion, technology can make new things possible and many tasks easier. Siri and Alexa alone have made my life much more productive. Don't be afraid to embrace the possibilities in technology. I'm an old fart and I'm figuring it out. It is constantly evolving, improving to make our lives better. With technology, my life is busier now than ever. I know that I'm extremely fortunate to have an unbelievable support system, great insurance, and opportunities since my accident. But even without these, there are many programs and opportunities to get things done. Yes, I have incredibly bad days. We all do. Incredibly difficult days. What we have to find is that passion that makes these days fewer and easier to get through. There are so many opportunities out there for all of us. The only thing holding you back is your attitude. Believe you can do it and you will make things happen. With everything I've accomplished since being paralyzed, I can honestly say anything is possible. Thank you. Enjoy the summit.
Holy cow, that was amazing, Sam. Thank you so much. I love that Sam and the Aero team had the vision to really show the world what might be possible through the innovative use of technology. The rope team that they put together to make this possible was extraordinary. Speaking of technology, I want to share a bit about our innovation and technology co-sponsor, Unlimited Tomorrow. Unlimited Tomorrow creates amazing prosthetic bionic arms through 3D printing, and each arm is personalized to the wearer. But don't take it from me. Let's listen to Unlimited Tomorrow founder and CEO Easton LaChapelle, who has a few words for us.
I'm Easton LaChapelle, founder and CEO of Unlimited Tomorrow. We are so excited to be sponsoring this inspiring event and to be partnering with No Barriers, as well as students and teachers to support the Global Impact Challenge. What you're doing here is important. The world is making progress, but people with disabilities still face far too many obstacles in life. Helping them overcome those challenges and break down barriers is really noble work, so thank you for being part of this event. If you aren't familiar with Unlimited Tomorrow, it's a company that, in many ways, began just like a project one of you might be working on for the Global Impact Challenge. I started Unlimited Tomorrow when I was 18 because I wanted to make a positive impact on the lives of people living with an upper limb difference. 7 years later, we are breaking down barriers and pushing boundaries through the use of technology and collaboration. So think big, and thank you again for being part of the Global Impact Challenge.
Thanks so much, Easton. And now that Easton mentioned the Global Impact Challenge, I want to tell you a bit about it. The No Barriers Global Impact Challenge is an annual competition that challenges student teams to address a critical barrier that matters to them. Using the No Barriers Life framework, much like what you're learning today, we guide these students on their journey to creating lasting change in their community. This year, there are 2 tracks to the Global Impact Challenge: Diversity and Inclusion, which is sponsored by Wells Fargo, and Technology for Accessibility, which is sponsored by Unlimited Tomorrow and Aero. That Technology for Accessibility track is where we're asking kids to address an accessibility issue through the innovative use of technology that makes lives better for people with disabilities. Over the years, the projects that kids have implemented in the Global Impact Challenge have been incredible. We've seen teams of students develop an accessible line of clothing, build accessible nature trails, create mental health awareness campaigns, and so much more. So if you know a student or a teacher that might like to participate, or are a student and teacher yourself, you can win cash prizes to bring your ideas to fruition. Just head over to nobarriersusa.org to learn how to get started. Thanks again to Unlimited Tomorrow, Aero Electronics, and Wells Fargo for their generous support of this program. Someone else who elevates the world through her work with youth is Jenny Vidville. Jenny is an equine circus performer and also the co-founder of the Al and Joyce Vidville Foundation. This foundation is a nonprofit that is dedicated to bringing animals and humans together to create the ultimate animal-human connection. Jenny will be performing tonight with her many horses, which are all rescues. She performs a beautifully choreographed routine with them, which has also helped with their personal rehab therapy after being rescued. Let's hear a bit from Jenny and watch this amazing performance.
Hi there, my name is Jenny Vidbell and I am co-founder of the Vidbell Foundation, a foundation that was inspired by my grandparents, Al and Joyce Vidbell, who spent their life caring for animals. Now, not only did they care for animals, but they developed a deep and meaningful relationship throughout the years. They taught me from a very young age that every animal that came to this farm has their very own unique personalities. They're just like people. They have their own dislikes and likes, and it's our job as animal communicators to figure out what that is and to make their best world possible.
And that is what we're doing here through the Vidbell Foundation. We are bringing children and adults here to the farm, all with very different personalities and needs, and pairing them with the perfect animal partner. Together, they will build a relationship through mutual respect, trust, and love. It's going to be a wonderful adventure.
Know that like they trust you. It feels good to know that you can trust them. And it's just like, I don't know how to explain it. Like to build your trust with an animal, you have to let them trust you.
I pet them. I give them food. And they also give them scratches.
And who did you make best friends with?
Rocky.
I love just taking care of every single animal and just helping them.
I like taking care of animals so they can stay alive for longer.
I love helping animals.
Me too.
It also just like I know I mostly say that I wish COVID never happened, but if COVID never happened, I'd never get to do this. So coming here during COVID helped me do something, get out of the house. And it also just gave me a good feeling about it. And not everything was bad.
Thanks, Jenny. Your horses are beautiful, and I love what you're doing for the kids. And now I'd like to introduce you to our next performer, who also elevates those around him through his performances. He's a violinist, educator, chair of music at Milton Academy, a No Barriers ambassador and board member. His name is Adrian Anantawan. A bit of background on Adrian. He was born without a right hand, and despite the odds, he became a world-class violinist. He has studied with world-famous musicians, performed at locations such as the White House and the United Nations. He played for the late Christopher Reeve, Pope John Paul II, and the Dalai Lama. Adrian's also the founder of the Music Inclusion Program, aimed at having children with disabilities learn instrumental music with their typical peers. So with that, I bring you my friend and colleague, Adrian Anantawan.
Hi there, my name is Adrian Anantawan.
I am so pleased and honored to be here for the closing ceremonies for the No Barrier Summit and speaking specifically to elevation in my life. So I was born without a right hand, although I was very fortunate to have this adaptation for me to be able to move my bow back and forth. But it really was a combination of not only the belief in others they had in my gifts, but also the idea that I could believe in myself to be able to elevate past my challenges. So the piece that I'm playing for you today is called Meditation by Jules Massenet, and it really does speak to this idea of elevation and elevating your life, ascending to greater heights. We always do this when we meditate, but this piece in particularly speaks to the story of a young woman who is making a choice between doing what is easy and then what is really hard, and going to the desert and really finding this way of being able to become a better person through the solitude and walking through these trials. So I hope that it finds you in a good spot and reflects the type of inspiration that I know you've had as much as me as a result of being part of this incredible institution and organization. Be well, and I hope that elevation finds your life in so many different ways. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adrian. I've had the great privilege of listening to you perform quite a few times, and I'm always so inspired and moved by the beauty of your music. You're definitely someone who embodies living a no barriers life. Another amazing person who's an inspiration to everyone around him is one of our No Barriers ambassadors who you met earlier today. His name's J.R. Martinez. In case you don't know him, J.R. Martinez is an actor, best-selling author, motivational speaker, advocate, winner of the Mirrorball Trophy on Dancing with the Stars, season 13, you may have seen him there, and wounded U.S. Army veteran. After hitting a roadside bomb during active duty, JR suffered burns to 34% of his body, resulting in many, many surgeries. During his recovery, he learned that inspiration is often a two-way street. JR was also raised in a bilingual household, and he understands the importance of diversity and inclusion. We're so excited to have JR with us today, as he'll be speaking a few words for us in Spanish. Don't worry if you're not a Spanish speaker yourself. We're going to have captions for you to follow along. So without any delay, let's head over to JR. Disfrútalo.
Buenas, me llamo J.R. Martínez. Perdón que no puedo estar con ustedes en esta conferencia de Sin Barreras, No Barriers, pero hace 2-3 semanas mi familia tuvimos un bebé. Entonces estamos aquí en la casa tratando de dormir cuando nos da la chance el bebé y al mismo tiempo tomando oportunidad nosotros para querer y abrazar y andar con el bebé por donde quiera que andamos a la casa. Pero me da un placer para poder grabar este video, para estar hablando con ustedes en esta conferencia, porque la verdad, esta organización es una de las organizaciones que en verdad me pega al corazón. Yo siempre me gusta venir para aprender, para escuchar, para aprender la verdad de todos los presentadores que están diciendo algo. Tienen algo que decir, tienen algo que ofrecer. No solamente son la gente que posiblemente han hecho esto, han hecho lo otro, que se ve en la televisión o cualquier cosa. No, todos en esta conferencia tenemos una experiencia para ayudar a las demás personas, ¿verdad? Y esa es la importancia de elevar. No solamente tener la experiencia uno mismo, decir, esta es mi experiencia. No, es la importancia de decir, yo tengo una experiencia ahora, lo que yo he aprendido, lo que yo he escuchado, ahora voy a ofrecer esta información a la demás gente también. Eso es lo que tenemos que hacer nosotros. Porque en la cultura latina, lo que hacemos nosotros, lo que nos importa a nosotros es familia, la comunidad, ¿verdad? Cómo nos cuidamos. Pero a veces lo que pasa en la vida cuando nos pasa algo en la vida, porque nos pasa algo a todos, nos encontramos en una isla donde no pensamos que tenemos comunidad. No pensamos que tenemos familia, gente que nos entienden, gente que nos van a soportar hasta lo último, gente que van a decir, yo estoy aquí para escucharte. Para mí, eso es lo que yo he encontrado aquí en la familia de Sin Barreras. Porque familia no es solamente lo de sangre, ¿verdad? Lo que yo he aprendido es que familia es más grande de solamente de sangre. Es otra gente que va encontrando uno en la vida y decir, ¿sabes qué? Esa persona sí me entiende, esa persona ha tenido la misma experiencia o posiblemente algo muy cerca, ¿verdad? Pero yo siento una conexión a esa persona, entonces yo voy a seguir buscando la forma de mantener a esa persona en mi vida. Yo me encanta, como dije al principio, a mí me encanta venir a esta conferencia. Y para mí lo que importa más de todo, es tomar la experiencia que yo he tenido para elevar a la demás gente, no solamente a mí mismo. Es importante, por supuesto, uno cuidarse a uno mismo, a estar preparado uno mismo antes que puede ayudar a la demás gente. Pero para eso estamos aquí en esta conferencia, para ayudarnos, para estar juntos, para escuchar uno al otro las historias, para presentar un espacio donde todos pensamos y sentimos que podemos ofrecer algo. Tenemos que decir, ¿sabes qué? Hay fuerza en mi historia. Hay fuerza en mi experiencia. Hay algo especial. Esta es una familia. Esta organización, si pueden mirar alrededor de ustedes ahorita, pueden ver a la demás gente. No importa la edad, no importa de qué parte del mundo son ellos. Ustedes y nosotros nos conectamos porque hemos tenido la experiencia. Hemos tenido obstáculos. Hemos tenido cosas que nos han cambiado la vida, posiblemente por un tiempo o por el resto de nuestras vidas. Pero esa fuerza es algo que tenemos en nuestra sangre. A veces la gente nos mira a los latinos y yo soy orgulloso de ser latino. Mi papá de México, de Monterrey, mi mamá de El Salvador, de La Unión. Pero mucha gente no sabe, J.R., ¿cómo llegaste donde llegaste? Bailando con las estrellas, ser un actor después de tener 19 años y lo que te pasó y mira lo que hiciste con tu vida. Mira lo que estás haciendo con tu vida. Ahorita estoy estudiando, estoy en colegio ahorita. No tengo que estar en colegio estudiando para nada, pero yo lo hago porque quiero seguir aprendiendo. Yo siempre estoy buscando la forma de algo que me va, no sé, algo que me hace trabajar un poquito más duro, ¿verdad? Porque es fácil en la vida decir, bueno, yo he hecho lo que he hecho, me voy a sentar aquí, estoy a gusto con la vida que tengo ahorita. No, la vida se trata de más, de siempre buscar la forma de elevarse uno mismo. Pero cuando la gente me pregunta, ¿cómo hiciste llegar a todos esos lugares? Yo les digo siempre mi cultura. Yo siempre le digo de mi mamá. Desde pequeño, cuando yo siempre he visto a mi mamá, no importa lo que ella estaba pasando en la vida, ella siempre tenía la sonrisa y la fuerza de seguir y pelear. Porque nosotros somos peleadores, ¿verdad? Pero no de una forma mala, pero una forma que estamos buscando, la forma que vamos a pelear, que vamos a buscar la forma de salir adelante. Eso ya está en la sangre de nosotros. Entonces lo que importa para nosotros es que tenemos que buscar la forma de seguir, a buscar la comunidad, a buscar la gente que van a ayudarnos a llegar a ese punto. Para reconocer lo que tenemos es esa fuerza que tenemos adentro de nosotros y decir, ¿sabes qué? Yo puedo y lo voy a hacer. No solamente sí se puede. Porque sí se puede, se escucha bien, ¿verdad? Sí se puede. Pero la pregunta siempre viene a llegar a usted. Sí se puede, pero usted está dispuesto a hacerlo. Usted está dispuesto a decir, ¿sabes qué? Yo estoy aquí para elevarme a mí mismo. Yo voy a escuchar, yo voy a aprender. Yo voy a tomar todo lo que está adentro de mí, esta experiencia, mi cultura, toda la fuerza que está dentro de mi corazón y de mi sangre. Y voy a buscar la forma de elevarme a mí mismo y luego también voy a traer un amigo, voy a traer una amiga. Porque hay suficiente para todos, para que todos podamos disfrutar. Mi vida, yo a 19 años cuando me pasó el accidente en el militar en Irak, 19 años yo tenía cuando me vi la cara por la primera vez, cuando yo acepté la realidad de lo que me había pasado y de cómo me iba a parecer por el resto de mi vida. Y sí, fue duro. No, por supuesto, todos sabemos eso, ¿verdad? Pero lo que estoy aquí para decirles a ustedes, que yo siempre dije, no voy a darle la oportunidad a lo que me pasó para controlar el resto de mi vida. Yo voy a buscar la forma de sobrevivir. Aquí en No Barriers, sin barreras, todos los días estamos aprendiendo. Todos los días nos estamos motivando uno al otro. Es una comunidad. Y la verdad, y ojalá que ustedes lo han sentido en estos días que han estado aquí, viene siendo en persona o no, o por la computadora o el teléfono. Ojalá que ustedes han podido decir, ¿sabes qué? Yo siento que es una familia. Porque esta experiencia, esta oportunidad de conectar con otra gente que han pasado lo mismo, que reconocen cómo es lo difícil para sobrevivir a un obstáculo que nos han presentado en la vida, está aquí la oportunidad. Sí se puede. Pero again, le hago la pregunta a ustedes si ustedes están dispuestos a hacerlo. O sea, no tomen lo que han aprendido, lo que han escuchado en estos días y decir cuando se acaba todo, decir, eso estuvo bien, me gustó la experiencia y nos vemos en un año, nos vemos en 6 meses, nos vemos en 9 meses. No. Nosotros tenemos la oportunidad de conectar con otra gente, de hacer una comunidad, de ser una familia. Nosotros estamos aquí en este mundo para elevar nosotros, pero nuestras raíces, nuestra raza, nuestra gente, para que la gente sepa que nosotros somos fuerte. Nosotros, lo que tenemos adentro de nosotros es más fuerte de lo que la vida puede poner enfrente de nosotros. Yo soy ejemplo de eso y yo sé que ustedes son ejemplo de eso también. Entonces yo espero el día que nos podemos encontrar en persona, nos damos un abrazo, nos damos la mano y ahí estamos hablando de la vida y lo que tú has aprendido, lo que yo he aprendido y ahí estamos haciendo la comunidad y más importante, creciendo la familia. Entonces con mucho amor, con mucho cariño, con muchas bendiciones a todos los que están escuchando esto, mirando esto ahorita. Le doy gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí con ustedes, aunque desafortunadamente es por esta forma, pero gracias a Dios que tenemos esta tecnología, ¿verdad? Para que podamos estar comunicados, conectados. Le doy gracias y espero el día que nos vemos en persona. Bendiciones a todos, gracias, nos vemos.
Gracias, JR. No matter what language you're sharing your story through, your attitude towards knocking down barriers never fails to amaze me. You're such an inspiration. We love having you as one of our No Barriers ambassadors. I understand a congratulations is also in order, JR. All of us at No Barriers want to send a huge hug and congratulations to you and your family on your new bundle of joy. We can't wait to take him on a few No Barriers adventure when he gets older. With that, I want to get right over to our next performer, Mandy Harvey. Mandy has also been a No Barriers ambassador for many years. She's a board member as well. And hearing her perform always gives me goosebumps. You may know Mandy as the finalist on the 12th season of America's Got Talent. She awed the crowd with her amazing voice and her incredible music ability. 500 million people saw her perform around the globe. She also happens to be deaf. So get ready to move and groove. Take it away, Mandy.
Hey, when I feel like I'm all broken pieces that I wish I could just throw away, look for glue I can put in between them, back in place, back in place. 'Cause my heart is way up on the ceiling and my mind took a boat sailed away, but I still got my angels and demons used upstream, cannot paint. Well, I'm no artist, but I think I've got this. Might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Pick up the pieces, pieces of me, and it'll be a masterpiece when I am done. Might never be done, might never be done. Might never be, there's no blueprint for me, no instructions. So I went ahead and made them up. But I know that it's worth all the trouble. Paper cuts. Well, I'm no artist, but I think I've got this. Might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Pick up the pieces of me, and it'll be a masterpiece done, might never be done. Might never be done, might never be done. Yeah, I look pretty good from a distance, but I'm a mess if you see me close up. It's an ongoing pièce de resistance. All lit up, light it up. Well, I'm no artist, but I think I got this. Might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Pick up the pieces of me, and they'll be a masterpiece when I am done. Well, I'm no artist, but I think I got this. Might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Pick up the pieces of me, and they'll be a masterpiece when I am done. Might never be done, might never be done. Might never be done, might never be done. Might never be done. Standing on the edge, I feel I'm falling. It's a moment where everything will change. The world behind me now is fading. I'm scared of the rush and wanting it all to stay the same. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go. All my fear has held me captive. Tethered down to feeling small. But I've got a chance of flying. It's just one step for me before I risk it all. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Stand on the edge, I feel I'm falling. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Just hold my hand right now, don't let go, don't let go. Oh, hold my
Hello, everyone. No Barrier Summit. Woo woo! Gosh, I love you guys so much. It's such an honor for me to be a part of this year's summit and to be a part of the board. I've been connected with this amazing organization for, gosh, I don't even remember how many years. It's been such a long time. And they've made such an incredible impact, not just on me as a person, but on all the things that I do in the way that I look at life and my career and how that has changed and expanded truly because of you. And I wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of a community where we work hard together to figure out innovative solutions to the problems that we think are far too big for us ever to pull down. And yet somehow we put our bootstraps on, we go for it, and we work as a team to smash down those barriers. And it is amazing. So I wanted to dedicate this whole little mini concert to this idea of you guys being a part of my rope team, which is how I feel you are. We are climbing the summit together and we are tethered. The first song was called Masterpiece, and that's about loving and embracing every piece of who you are, even the pieces and parts that you don't like. Sometimes you wish you could throw away, or you wake up in the morning and you pray that your body is just not that way, but it is. And then realizing that that's what made you unique and that's what makes you beautiful. And it's changed you into the person that you are today. And so that you are celebrating that. The next song that we did was Don't Let Go, which is about that fear that comes at us all when we know that we're about to have this major life change. But at the same time, we're at peace because we're holding on to each other and moving forward as a team. This next song is new. It's called Lucky. And this is connected to the element of reach, which is not just creating this amazing dream, but the work that goes into actively going for it, regardless of if it works out the first time. The song is a celebration of knowing that it's not going to be easy. And I'm going to fail and it's going to get messy, but I'm going to get back up again and again and again and be better for it. So this song is inspired by you and for you. Not afraid of the work. Been down in the dirt, trying to get so high. Pull the stars from the sky, but I can't reach. No, 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 I can't reach. When I'm not lucky, brush it off and get up again. When no one loves me, I become my own best friend. When I'm not lucky, when I'm not lucky, start over again. Not about who's first, getting lost in the nerve, lost of safety net. Was it all in my head that I can't reach? No, 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 that I can't reach. What I want is when I'm not lucky, brush it off and get up again. When no one loves me, I become my own best friend. When I'm not lucky, when I'm not lucky, start it over again. Where is the door that's open now? Where is the light behind the cloud? Trying to break through, I don't know how. Digging my heels into the ground. I've come too far to give up now. I've come too far to give up now. Where is the light behind the cloud?
Where is the light behind the crowd? Trying to break through, I don't know how. Digging my heels into the ground. I come too far to give up now. I come too far to give up now. Give up now. Give up now. Nice to meet you, away flying. Where is it all in my head? I'm second guessing, but I'm trying before it all disappears. Seconds turned into minutes, wasted time instead of living. Please don't stand in my way. I am running out of nowhere. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. I'll lose the race if I wait. I'm so close that I can taste it. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, running. This time. The hardest part of all is knowing how to catch my breath. I'm scared to risk it all, take a chance, close my eyes and try again. But seconds turn into minutes, wasted time instead of living. Please don't stand in my way. I am running out of nowhere. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. I'll lose the race if I wait. I'm so close that I can taste it. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, running. This time. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. I'm not the same kid I used to be. Oh, this time I'm gonna make it. Gonna chase it from here. 'Cause seconds turned into minutes, wasted time instead of living. Please don't stand in my way. I am running out of nowhere. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. I'll lose the race if I wait. I'm so close that I can taste it. Yes, I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, running. This time. Whoa, running. This time I'm gonna make it. Whoa, running. This time. Yeah. Before we finish with our last song for this mini concert, I wanted to say again, thank you from the bottom of my heart for you guys being you. Thank you for being a part of this amazing community, and it's amazing because you're in it. And thank you for being such a support and encouragement to me. I know that growing up, it was a very difficult space, and I struggled on so many different levels. And when I first lost my hearing, I was just angry. And then getting to a point where I got to meet people from this amazing nonprofit, they changed my thinking to see the world not as a broken mess, but as
a blank canvas ready to be painted into something different. And it gave me an opportunity to change my story from being the sad pity girl to being somebody who dreams again. So I wanted to sing this last song, which was encouraged entirely by you guys to put myself in an uncomfortable situation and perform it on national TV. And for all of you who are at home, who are not able to be here in person, I wanted to say that the impact of you being away doesn't change. We're all in this together, and we get an opportunity every single day to do amazing things. And I believe truly in my bones that because we are working together as one community, we can break down any barrier that is in front of us. And that is an amazing thing to think about. I'm looking forward to a year in the future when we all can come together and we can all hug each other without fear and celebrate our uniqueness as we sing and dance and party on. It's going to be amazing to see, but more so, it's going to be amazing to know that we're going to live in a world with people who care and people who want to move forward together. If we would just get out of our own way and try.
I don't feel the way I used to. The sky is gray much more than it is blue. But I know one day I'll get through. And I'll take my place again if I would try. If I would try. I don't love the way I need to. You need more, and I know that much is true. So I'll fight for a breakthrough, and I'll breathe in you again if I would try. If I would try. Oh, there is no one for me to blame, 'cause I know the only thing in my way is me.
I want to say thank you to this amazing band who's helping me here. Will, Dan, and JT. I'm looking forward to us jamming in real life soon.
I don't live the way I want to. That whole picture never came into view. But I'm tired of getting used to the day. So I will try. So I will try. If I would try. If I would try.
Wow. Thank you, Mandy. Your singing always brings tears to my eyes. We're so happy that you're a part of our rope team. You're such an inspiration to our No Barriers community. Mandy has gone from No Barriers participant to world-renowned musician, and we could not be more proud of you. Thanks so much, Mandy. Now, while we've reached the end, if you've purchased the VIP ticket, you are in for an extra treat. Make sure to follow the instructions you've received to join the Paint and Sip class with John Bramblin. A quick note about John. John is a non-visual painter, the first blind muralist in the world, and he has developed techniques that help him navigate a canvas and create colorful, impressionistic paintings that are truly remarkable. For anyone who hasn't signed up for this session, don't fret. Make sure to check out John's website to see other classes that he may be offering somewhere near you. You can check it out at johnbramlett.com. With that, I'd really like to thank you all for joining us at our first ever hybrid, in-person and virtual No Barriers Summit. We've climbed mountains. We've practiced taking care of ourselves through meditation. We've learned about some of the latest and greatest technology that's out there. We've made new friends. It's been an extraordinary journey together. But most importantly, we've had a chance to go through your journey and to encourage you to take your pledge, a promise to you, yourself, and your community to live your best life. Whatever your pledge is or will be, we at No Barriers are here to help you through your journey. Don't forget to submit your pledge on this platform here on our portal, or you can always email it to summit@nobarriersusa.org. We encourage you to join our membership community, which is a place where we support each other to fulfill those pledges. It includes monthly events, instructor-led courses, an incredibly supportive community. It is the place to stay connected with us. Check out our website and enroll. I hope that you've enjoyed this summit. And I recognize that you've done a lot of work to get to this point. We are thrilled that you joined our No Barriers community, and I hope to be able to provide you many more opportunities to grow in the future. If you're able, we'd love for you to send a donation, pay it forward to someone else so that they too can attend a future No Barriers event. You can text NB Summit to 91999, and you'll be directed to our No Barriers donations page. Also, be sure to tag us on social at No Barriers USA and use the hashtag No Barriers Summit. Now, don't think just because we're done on the main stage that this is the end. Make sure you take a look around this platform, our virtual platform, visit those expo booths, check out the breakout rooms, and explore. Make sure you've signed up for the Wells Fargo Career Fair through their booth. This fair will be held tomorrow from 9 to 12 Mountain Time. And career counselors are really excited to help you on your employment journey. Thank you again to all of you for joining us. Thanks to our No Barriers staff and volunteers and sponsors and activity providers, speakers, performers for helping build out this experience. I want to say a special word of thanks to all of our sponsors, our presenting sponsor, Wells Fargo, along with our generous partners, Prudential, CoBank, Winnebago Industries Foundation, Masco, World Happiness Fest, Airbnb, Aero Electronics, Unlimited Tomorrow, and Touch the Top. We will see everyone in the next year through our programs. I hope to see you there. But in the meantime, make sure you submit your pledge, and I hope you continue to live your No Barriers life. And remember, what's within you is stronger than what's in your way. Thank you, and good night.